16 Houston through Hawaii, over.
Roger, Gordy. You're 5 by, and this is the most spectacular view I've ever seen.
This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control. We're at T-minus 3 hours, 30 minutes, and counting. T-minus 3 hours, 30 minutes, and counting. We'll go into a built-in hold at the 3 hour, 30-minute mark. We actually have 44 seconds to go toward that hold. This is a planned hold at this time. It's built into the count to take care of any contingencies that might come up during the cryogenic loading. Actually, that cryogenic loading has gone very smoothly this morning, and the liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen are now aboard the various stages of the space vehicle. Topping off of these full fuels will continue down to about the 3-minute mark in the countdown. Out at the pad right now, the primary damper arm, which connects to the space vehicle and is used to dampen any oscillations due to the wind, has been moved back. Once the fuels are brought aboard, it's no longer necessary to have this damper arm down there. We're now approaching the 3 hour and 30-minute mark. T-minus 3 hours, 30 minutes.
Don't we have a hold? No? Not yet.
This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control. We're now at T-minus 3 hours, 30 minutes, and holding. This is the final planned hold in the countdown. The closeout crew is now on station. They've opened up the spacecraft and are generally preparing it to receive the astronauts. Astronaut Tli Ignition is part of that closeout crew. He's in the spacecraft at this time and is performing a variety of functions. Among them are setting communication switches, turning on panel and other spacecraft lights. He also injects chlorine into the drinking water and adjusts the breathing oxygen. He'll remove the guard over the pyro arm switch and cycle the pan and mapping cameras. Generally, he's preparing the spacecraft for the arrival of the astronaut crew. Topping off of the cryogenic fuels continues at this time, and our weather for launch time continues to look good. Now at T-minus 3 hours, 30 minutes, and holding in the planned hold, this is Kennedy Launch Control. This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control. We're continuing in our hold at the 3 hour, 30-minute mark. This hold was scheduled to be completed at 9:24 this morning, and we were scheduled to resume the count. There is a possibility that we may have to extend the hold. During a flight control systems checks this morning, some data indicated a momentary dropout of output from a spare rate gyro. The primary system has passed all tests successfully. The data is being evaluated at this time. It may be a problem which is due simply to ground support equipment, but the spare gyro is an airborne system. It would be used only in the event of the primary system failing. The spare gyro is located in the instrument unit of the Saturn V space vehicle. We're continuing to evaluate this problem. At this time, we're continuing in the hold at T-minus 3 hours, 30 minutes. This is Kennedy Launch Control. This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control. We're at T-minus 3 hours, 30 minutes, and holding. We're standing by at this time to resume the count. At this point, the problem mentioned earlier is continuing to be checked, but the plans are to resume the count momentarily. Now, T-minus 3 hours, 30 minutes, and continuing to hold. This is Kennedy Launch Control. This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control. We're at T-minus 3 hours, 30 minutes, and counting. We have resumed our count. That is our final built-in hold in the countdown, and we're proceeding now toward our planned 12:54 p.m. liftoff. The Apollo 16 astronaut crew, the Commander John Young, Command Module Pilot Ken Mattingly, and Lunar Module Pilot Charles Duke have been alerted to proceed with their suiting activities. Tli Ignition, the astronaut member of the closeout crew, is in the spacecraft at this time. The activity going on at this time is injecting chlorine into the drinking water system. Our count continuing at this time, 3 hours, 29 minutes, 14 seconds, and counting. This is Kennedy Launch Control.
Okay, I guess I'm supposed to make a
statement here about what we've been doing so far today. We got the crew up at 7:39, which is on schedule. Started breakfast 8:24, which is on schedule, of course, and started shooting 8:54. Just put the helmets and gloves on and be relaxing for about the next 10 minutes, and should be departing the suit room in about that time. Be down here in approximately 12 minutes and ready to go. It's a beautiful day out here, and everybody's happy this morning and ready to fly. I guess the normal question of what we had for breakfast, I always say steak and eggs, except this morning it's a little bit different because it's a TV type steak and egg dinner, and it ain't very good. The crew had to suffer through that one, but then that's one of the penalties for flying a mission. The rest of us had bacon and eggs. Are there any questions? I'll answer them. Otherwise, we'll get back to work and see you in about 10 minutes. How's my what? Oh, not very well at this point. It's going to get better in about 6 months. Thank you.
That was the Director of Flight Crew Training, Deke Slayton. For breakfast this morning, the crew was joined by Deke Slayton, by the backup pilots, backup command pilot Stu Russa, backup lunar module pilot Ed Mitchell, by NASA security man Charles Buckley, and by Dave Ballard, the Apollo 16 flight crew support team leader. Now T-minus 3 hours, 20 minutes, 59 seconds and counting. This is Kennedy Launch Control. This is Apollo Saturn. This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control. We're at T-minus 3 hours, 11 minutes, 52 seconds and counting. We're standing by at this time for the astronaut crew to depart from the suit room and come out of the Manned Spacecraft Operations building, where they'll get into their transfer van and make the 7-mile trip out to the pad. That trip's expected to take them about 15 minutes. Meanwhile, out at the launch pad, the closeout crew has the spacecraft ready for the astronauts, and the cryogenic loading of the space vehicle has been completed. Now, T-minus 3 hours, 11 minutes and counting. This is Kennedy Launch Control. Saturn Launch Control, we're now at T-minus 3 hours, 8 minutes, 59 seconds and counting. The prime crew for Apollo 16 is now leaving the Manned Spacecraft Operations building. They'll be accompanied in their van by Charles Buckley from NASA Security and Deke Slayton, the Director of Flight Crew Training. They're now entering the van. They're carrying their portable oxygen ventilators. This supplies the crew oxygen as they're sealed into their suits. They'll use this oxygen ventilator continually until they get into the spacecraft, at which time they'll go on to the spacecraft oxygen system. They're now in the van and departing for the pad. This pad's some 7 miles away, and it's expected that it will take them approximately 15 minutes to reach the pad area. Now at T-minus 3 hours, 8 minutes, 11 seconds and counting. This is Kennedy Launch Control. This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control. We're T-minus 3 hours, 57 seconds and counting. The flight crew now on their way out to the launch pad in the transfer van. The problem mentioned earlier with the spare rate gyro is continuing to be observed. There's an attempt being made to isolate the problem to see if it could be in ground support equipment. If it is in ground support equipment, of course, that eliminates the problem. Also being evaluated at this time is just what the effect would be if such a problem occurred in flight. Preliminary indications are that it would not be serious, but these evaluations are continuing. The weather in the Kennedy Space Center area for launch time is predicted to be out about as it's seen now, with generally clear skies, temperature in the mid-80s, and winds from the south at approximately 15 miles per hour. A weather front which had bothered the weathermen somewhat a few days ago has not proceeded as fast as it was thought it might, and is now, or at launch time, is expected to be over Mobile, Alabama. The astronaut crew continuing on their way out to the pad at this time, and the closeout crew working diligently in the spacecraft and in the White Room area, waiting for the crew to come aboard. Now at T-minus 2 hours, 59 minutes, 33 seconds and counting. This is Kennedy Launch Control. This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control. We're at T-minus 2 hours, 55 minutes, 57 seconds and counting. The astronaut van is now pulled to a stop in front of the Launch Control Center. At this point, the Director of Flight Crew Operations, Deke Slater, will depart from the van and come into the Launch Control Center. The van will then proceed on out to the pad. Countdown continuing to run smoothly at this point. T-minus 2 hours, 55 minutes, 33 seconds and counting. This is Kennedy Launch Control. This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control. We're T-minus 2 hours, 45 minutes, 56 seconds and counting. The astronaut crew has now arrived at the pad area. They've gotten out of the transfer van and into the elevators. These are high-speed elevators which will take them up to the 320-foot level on the mobile launcher. There they'll cross swing arm 9 and enter the spacecraft. Actually, as it happens, the spacecraft commander, John Young, will move across the swing arm and be the first one to enter the spacecraft. The lunar module pilot, Charles Duke, will be the second to enter, and meantime, the command module pilot, Ken Mattingly, will remain in the elevator, waiting until the operation of ingressing the first two crewmen takes place. John Young, the spacecraft commander, will sit on the left in the spacecraft. He'll be moved into the center couch, feet first, and then slide over to the left-hand couch. The lunar module pilot sits on the right. He moves into the center seat, then moves over to the right. About midway through the ingress procedure for the lunar module pilot, Ken Mattingly will be called from his position in the elevator where he's been waiting, and he'll move then into the center seat. After the crew has moved in, they'll disconnect their portable oxygen ventilators and go on the spacecraft oxygen system. The portable oxygen ventilators will then be removed. We're standing by now to see when the crew arrives at the 320-foot level. They're on their way up in the elevators now. We're expecting them there momentarily. This is Kennedy Launch Control. This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control, T-minus 2 hours, 43 minutes, 27 seconds and counting. The astronaut crew has now reached the 320-foot level, and the spacecraft commander, John Young, and the lunar module pilot, Charles Duke, have moved into the White Room area. Astronaut Tli Ignition Time, who is assigned to the closeout crew, is in the spacecraft. He'll stay in there and assist the men as they move into the spacecraft. Right now, the spacecraft commander, John Young, is going over the sill, as they call it, moving feet first into the spacecraft. Once he is in there, they remove protective covers that he's had to protect his boots, and as he gets into the spacecraft, they'll connect the spacecraft oxygen system. After he gets down and moves over to that left-hand seat, he'll be positioned into the seat, and shoulder harnesses and lap harnesses, very similar to those worn by a pilot, will be adjusted. He also has a life vest that he's wearing. This too will be adjusted. Similar procedure is carried out for the next man to enter, the lunar module pilot Charles Duke, and as we mentioned earlier, about midway through the procedure of putting him into place and getting him comfortable and in position, they'll call on the command module pilot Ken Mattingly to come across the swing arm, and he will then be the last one to enter the spacecraft. The lunar module pilot, Charles Duke, now going across the sill. T-minus 2 hours, 41 minutes, 56 seconds, and counting. This is Kennedy Launch Control. This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control, T-minus 2 hours, 38 minutes, 55 seconds, and counting. The countdown continuing now at Kennedy Space Center as the astronaut crew moves aboard the spacecraft. Both the spacecraft commander, John Young, and the lunar module pilot, Charles Duke, are now aboard. As John Young got into his couch, made a communications check with the spacecraft test conductor back in the Manned Spacecraft Operations Building Control Center, Skip Chauvin, the test conductor, said, "Good morning, John. Welcome aboard the capsule." We're now standing by for the Space Command Module pilot to come aboard the swing arm. He's standing by in the elevator, waiting for completion of the ingress of the other two crew members. The weather at Kennedy Space Center for launch time is predicted to be very good. We have sunny skies at this time, and it's predicted that these will stay much the same. The weather is expected, or the temperature is expected to be about 85 degrees at launch time, with winds from the south approximately 15 miles per hour. A cold front, which had caused some concern a few days ago, has not moved as fast as was expected and is expected to be over Mobile, Alabama about launch time, causing no concern for our launch people here. Now standing by waiting for the closeout crew in the White Room area to call on the command module pilot, Ken Mattingly, who is standing by in the elevator. T-minus 2 hours, 37 minutes, 18 seconds and counting. This is Kennedy Launch Control. This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control, T-minus 2 hours, 35 minutes, 1 second, and counting. We erroneously reported that the lunar module pilot had gone across the sill, and this was mistaken. This was a suit technician who followed John Young, the spacecraft commander, into the spacecraft. The lunar module pilot, now Charles Duke, has just moved into the center seat and is moving across now to the right-hand seat. We'll be standing by for them to call Ken Mattingly, the command module pilot, from his position in the elevator shortly. We have an unofficial log here, have the spacecraft commander going across the sill at T-minus 241 in our countdown, and the lunar module pilot going across at T-minus 235 in the countdown. Countdown continuing at this time, T-minus 2 hours, 34 minutes, 12 seconds, and counting. This is Kennedy Launch Control. This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control. We're passing the T-minus 2 hour and 30 minute mark in the countdown at this time. T-minus 2 hours, 30 minutes, 52 seconds, and counting. They have just called the command module pilot, Ken Mattingly, and he is now coming across the swing arm into the White Room area. As the lunar module pilot, Charles Duke, moved into his seat and made a communications check, Skip Chauvin, the spacecraft test conductor, welcomed him with a good morning and welcome aboard. Lunar module pilot Charles Duke replied, "Good morning, how are you? And it's great to be here." Now standing in front of the spacecraft is Ken Mattingly, waiting to go aboard. T-minus 2 hours, 30 minutes, 18 seconds and counting. This is Kennedy Launch Control. This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control. We're at T-minus 2 hours, 15 minutes, 56 seconds, and counting. As the lunar module, or the command module pilot, Ken Mattingly, came aboard and hooked up his communications. He said, "Good morning. It is a pretty one, isn't it?" So the three crewmen all aboard now seem to be in very good spirits. To attempt to clarify a problem which came up earlier this morning with a launch vehicle during some flight control systems checks earlier, data indicated a momentary dropout of output from a spare rate gyro. Now, it should be emphasized that this is a spare rate gyro and that the primary system has passed all its tests successfully. Data is being evaluated at this time to see if the problem can be isolated to ground support equipment. If it's isolated to the gyro itself, further investigation is being carried on at this time to see just what effect this dropout of output would have. Early indications are, from evaluating data, that even if the primary system, which has checked out successfully, went bad and we went on this backup system, that the dropout seen would cause only minor problems. However, this is being further evaluated. Our countdown is continuing at this time. The three crewmen on board the spacecraft and the closeout crew making the final preparations in the spacecraft. Shortly, they'll be closing the hatch and preparing to secure the white room area and make the cabin purge and leak checks. The countdown continuing at this time at T-minus 2 hours, 14 minutes, 23 seconds and counting. This is Kennedy Launch Control. This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control. We're at T-minus 2 hours, 56 seconds and counting. I logged the hatch going closed at the T-minus 2 hour and 7 minute mark. At this time now, the closeout crew will operate independently from the astronaut team inside the spacecraft. Inside the spacecraft, the astronaut team will be conducting abort advisory checks and an emergency detection system check. While outside the spacecraft, the closeout crew will continue with their work. This will include setting up the purge, which they are doing at this time, to run a purge and then do a cabin leak check. They purge the spacecraft system now with a mixture of oxygen and nitrogen. This is a 60-40 mixture, very similar to the air we breathe. They'll pressurize to slightly above the outside air pressure or ambient pressure and then check for pressure decay. This is how they make the leak checks. After the leak check is taken place, the boost protective cover hatch will be closed and the men will go about configuring or setting up the white room so that it will be prepared to handle the swing back when swing arm 9 moves back. The closeout crew is scheduled to be out of the pad area at the T-minus 55 minute mark in the countdown. Now at T-minus 1 hour, 59 minutes, 34 seconds and counting. This is Kennedy Launch Control. This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control, T-minus 1 hour, 50 minutes, 58 seconds and counting. At this time, the astronaut crew aboard the spacecraft are going through with the emergency detection system tests. The emergency detection system can measure the pressures, thrusts, and other values aboard the space vehicle during powered flight. And if there was any type of an emergency condition, it could warn the astronauts in their space vehicle. During the test, simulated emergency conditions are sent to the spacecraft or to the space vehicle, and the astronauts in the spacecraft can monitor the fact that they are sent and verify the readouts. The test takes about 30 minutes and involves all three crew members. Spacecraft test conductor Skip Chauvin has indicated to the crew that they're running considerably ahead of schedule in the countdown. This is with the astronaut crew. The closeout crew, meanwhile, is finishing stowing up gear in the white room and completing their cabin purge and leak checks. T-minus 1 hour, 50 minutes and counting. This is Kennedy Launch Control. This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control. We're at T-minus 1 hour, 40 minutes, 57 seconds and counting. The astronaut crew has now completed the emergency detection system tests aboard the spacecraft, and the cabin purge has been completed by the closeout crew. They're continuing to run the leak checks at this time. Cryogenic topping is continuing on the launch vehicle, This topping continues on down to the T-minus 3 minute 6 second mark in the countdown. Our weather forecast for launch time continues to look good. The skies in the Kennedy Space Center area are clear at this time and are predicted to remain much the same throughout the rest of the day. The temperatures at launch time are predicted to be about 85 degrees Fahrenheit. Winds from the south at approximately 15 miles per hour. We continue to aim for our scheduled liftoff time of 12:54 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's now T-minus 1 hour, 40 minutes, 2 seconds, and counting. This is Kennedy Launch Control. This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control. We're at T-minus 1 hour, 30 minutes, 58 seconds, and counting. Just seconds from now, a final Gym Sphere release will be made. The Gym Sphere is a weather balloon which measures the winds aloft. However, we don't anticipate any problems with any type of weather this morning. Spacecraft checkout is continuing ahead of schedule according to the test conductor, Skip Chauvin. The cabin purge has been completed and the spacecraft pressurized with a 60-40 mixture of oxygen and nitrogen. This mixture, similar to air, is pressurized slightly above the ambient pressure, and then the crew checks for any possible decay in that pressure. This ensures that we've had a proper seal with the hatch, which came closed earlier, and that we have no spacecraft leaks. These activities continuing at this time, T-minus 1 hour, 30 minutes, 9 seconds, and counting. This is Kennedy Launch Control. This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control. We're at T-minus 1 hour, 20 minutes, 57 seconds, and counting.
That's when it gets interesting on the inside.
Just a short time ago, a first motion signal was sent to the vehicle. This signal is sent then and checked in Houston and by the range to ensure that they in turn are receiving it and will receive it at liftoff. Pressure checks have been completed inside the spacecraft, and the boost protective cover has now been placed over the hatch. The White Room crew is completing stowage and taking down the environmental protection plates around the spacecraft. They'll be leaving the spacecraft shortly, and at about T-minus 43 minutes in the countdown, the White Room will be retracted to the 12-degree mark. This is after the crew has completely cleared, the closeout crew has completely cleared the area. They're expected to be clear of the area by the T-minus 55-minute mark. Our countdown continuing smoothly at this time, T-minus 1 hour, 20 minutes, 1 second, and counting. This is Kennedy Launch Control. This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control, T-minus 1 hour, 10 minutes, 58 seconds, and counting. At the 1 hour and 13-minute mark, scheduled was a cue ball simulated command. This command goes to the cue ball and is read out in the spacecraft by the spacecraft commander. The cue ball is an angle of attack meter perched above the launch escape system, and it's used to give the spacecraft commander and the crew any signals which would indicate an out-of-tolerance condition during the early stages of flight. The countdown moving along well at this time, T-minus 1 hour, 10 minutes, 25 seconds, and counting. This is Kennedy Launch Control. This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control. We're at T-minus 1 hour, 59 seconds, and counting, going into the final hour of the countdown. The spacecraft stabilization and control system has been powered up, and checks have been run on that by the spacecraft commander, John Young, and the command module pilot, John Mattingly. We've also just received word that King Hussein has landed at the airstrip on Cape Kennedy and will be over to the Kennedy Space Center shortly to view the launch. Our countdown is continuing here at Kennedy Space Center. We'll switch now to the Mission Control Center in Houston for a status there.
This is Apollo Control Houston at minus 1 hour and counting. The worldwide manned spaceflight network is prepared for launch at this time. The network is clean without discrepancy. A calm but intense atmosphere best describes the mood of the Mission Control Center at this time. Our cast of characters today, Flight Director Gene Kranz, the most veteran of the active flight directors, wearing his traditional white vest. This is his team, the white team of flight controllers. Our Capcom, Gordon Fullerton, served in the same capacity on Apollo 14 when the Alan Shepard crew was also launched on a Sunday. At all of the consoles here in Mission Control Houston, an experienced team of flight controllers ready to swing in action in less than an hour. This is Apollo Control, Houston.
This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control, T-minus 54 minutes and counting. T-minus 54 minutes and counting. Earlier this morning, the cryogenics were loaded aboard the Saturn V space vehicle. The flight crew then came aboard and is now on board, completing a series of communications checks. The weather continues to be clear, as it's supposed to be for our launch time, and we continue to aim for launch at 12:54 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The command communication system, which carries the launch vehicle commands on S-band frequency, has now been turned on for launch. The liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen, the cryogenic fuels loaded earlier are continuing to be topped off. Countdown continuing at this time. We just received word that the Vice President of the United States, Spiro Agnew, has arrived at Cape Kennedy and is coming across to Kennedy Space Center to view the launch. Now, T-minus 53 minutes and counting. This is Kennedy Launch Control. This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control, passing the 51-minute mark. T-minus 50 minutes, 57 seconds, and counting. We've just received a report that the launch site recovery forces and the helicopters are on station, ready to support the launch of Apollo 16. C-band beacon checks are underway at this time. These are beacons aboard the instrument unit of the space vehicle and used for tracking by the Eastern Test Range during the powered phase of flight. Both of the high-speed elevators at Launch Complex 39A, these are high-speed elevators in the mobile launcher, are parked now at the 320-foot level as the crew, the closeout crew, has moved clear of the area. The swing arm 9, has just moved back to the retract position. This is a 12-degree standby position. From this position, it can be quickly returned to the spacecraft if needed, and will remain at this park position until the final moments of launch. At T-minus 5 minutes approximately, it will swing back to the full retract position. The countdown continuing at this time, T-minus 49 minutes, 55 seconds and counting. This is Kennedy Launch Control. This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control, T-minus 43 minutes and counting. A critical power transfer test was just conducted. During this test, the flight vehicle batteries take on the workload, having been shared up to that point by an external source. We've gone back to that external source again, and we'll stay on that, saving the flight batteries until the final minute, approximately 50 seconds in the countdown. Superintendent of Range Operations just reported that the Kennedy Space Center is clear for launch. Now, T-minus 42 minutes, 30 seconds and counting. This is Kennedy Launch Control. This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control, T-minus 39 minutes, 58 seconds and counting. Underway at this time are some checks of the Range Safety Command System. During these checks, a signal is sent to receivers aboard the 3 stages of the Saturn V launch vehicle. This receiver is connected to destruct packages aboard the vehicle. If the vehicle should stray off path due to a malfunction, the range safety officer could elect to send signals by way of these receivers to the destruct package. This would be done only after the astronaut crew, of course, had executed their abort and were well away from the vehicle. During these tests, the signals are sent with the destruct packages in an unarmed condition. It's a check to ensure that the signals are reaching the destruct packages, or at least for the test, reaching the receiver. The swing arm, now in the 12-degree position or park position. The astronaut crew aboard the spacecraft, now in an emergency situation, could use their launch escape tower to clear themselves well away from the spacecraft from the space vehicle in an emergency. In such an emergency, they would be carried to the proper altitude at which the regular spacecraft parachutes would deploy, and the crew would then make a normal recovery. They also have the option with the swing arm at the 12-degree position to call it back, where they could quickly then go across the swing arm, again having an option of either taking an elevator to a safe area at the bottom of the pad, or a slide wire which has a cab attached to it which would carry them to the pad perimeter. These would be decisions depending on the type of emergency. In the Launch Control Center, the Vice President of the United States, Spiro Agnew, just walked into the viewing room. He will plan to view the launch from here. Now, T-minus 38 minutes, 6 seconds and counting. This is Kennedy Launch Control. This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control. We're at T-minus 34 minutes, 56 seconds and counting. At this time, the support controller, Joe Barfus, has indicated that the industrial water system is ready to support the launch. At the T-minus 1 minute mark, the flame deflector underneath the 5 Saturn V first stage engines will start being covered with water coming out at 13,000 gallons per minute. At the T0 mark, the swing arms will be quenched with water 7,500 gallons per minute. As the vehicle lifts off at the +2 second mark, 50,000 gallons per minute of water will flush the mobile launcher decks, and another 30,000 gallons will be quenching the flame deflectors. In the spacecraft, the astronaut team is making a series of switch checks. Spacecraft commander has made checks following the retraction of swing arm 12 to arm the various pyrotechnics. This includes the launch escape system aboard the vehicle. The range safety command checks have now been completed. T-minus 33 minutes, 54 seconds and counting. This is Kennedy Launch Control. This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control. We're at T-minus 27 minutes, 58 seconds and counting. Just a few moments ago, various elements of the launch team began reporting in to the test supervisor, Gordon Turner, reporting that we were go for continuing the countdown. At this time, we're continuing to look at the problem with a backup yaw gyro. This is still being evaluated, but we expect a resolution on that momentarily. Various other elements of the countdown, all continuing well at this time. T-minus 27 minutes, 30 seconds and counting. This is Kennedy Launch Control. This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control. We're at T-minus 24 minutes, 58 seconds and counting. The problem which we spoke of earlier, the problem with a backup yaw gyro, has been resolved, and we have been given a go for launch. All possible modes of failure were evaluated should this be a problem with flight hardware, and it was determined after evaluating each of these that they would have no impact on the mission. Liquid oxygen, liquid hydrogen continue to be topped off in the space vehicle, and our weather continues to be good, predicted to be good for launch time, aiming toward a 12:54 p.m. Eastern Standard Time launch. Now, T-minus 24 minutes, 15 seconds and counting. This is Kennedy Launch Control. This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control, T-minus 19 minutes and counting. T-minus 19 minutes and counting. We just received word from recovery forces that all recovery forces are on station and ready to support the launch of Apollo 16. Also, the Manned Spaceflight Network has indicated they are ready to support. An earlier problem with a power dropout in a switching station in Monrovia, West Virginia, has been taken care of by going to a backup station. T-minus 18 minutes, 34 seconds and counting. This is Kennedy Launch Control. This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control. We're at T-minus 14 minutes, 59 seconds and counting. Scheduled at this time are some Mission Control Center updates to the computer clock aboard the command module. This is actually synchronizing the spacecraft timing system with that in the Mission Control Center. Also, the command module pilot, Ken Mattingly, has been giving readouts on the service module quadrants. These are giving temperatures, pressures, and fuel quantities. A short time ago, the S2 start tank chill down began. This is chilling that system to prepare it to accept the extremely cold liquid hydrogen. Computer checks are underway also at this time. A check going on is the check of the vehicle digital computer to be sure that it's in the prepare to launch mode. Several of these computer checks are run during the count to ensure proper communications between the computers in the Launch Control Center and the mobile launcher, and also to ensure they're in the correct mode. Countdown continuing now, passing the T-minus 14 minute mark. This is Kennedy Launch Control. This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control, T-minus 10 minutes and counting, and we just heard from the spacecraft commander, John Young, that Casper and Orion are go for launch. The spacecraft is now on full internal power. Up to this point, it's been sharing its power load with the ground supply. A short time ago, the Astrocom circuit was checked out. This is the circuit that the astronauts will be on during the launch phase. They'll be on this with Stoney, the astronaut communicator here in the Launch Control Center, the Launch Operations Manager, Paul Donnelly, and the spacecraft test supervisor, Skip Chauvin. The crew actually goes onto the Astrocom circuit at the T-minus 4-minute mark in the countdown. Our weather continues to look good for launch as we aim toward a 12:54 p.m. Eastern Standard Time liftoff. Now at T-minus 9 minutes, 11 seconds, and counting, this is Kennedy Launch Control. This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control. We're now passing the 6-minute mark in the countdown. Emergency detection system has now been placed in the launch mode. Houston Flight has also indicated that they are go for the automatic sequencer. At the T-minus 3 minute 7 second mark, the launch will go on the automatic sequencer, and from that point on, the launch will be automatically handled by the sequencer. Coming up on the T-minus 5 minute and 30 second mark, at that time we'll be standing by for a go to launch from Mission Director Chet Lee. Mission Director verifies go for launch. Mission Director Chet Lee from Houston verifies go for launch. All elements now reporting into Test Supervisor Gordon Turner that they are go for launch. Now T-minus 5 minutes, 13 seconds and counting. This is Kennedy Launch Control. control. We're approaching the 4-minute mark. T-minus 4 minutes, 32 seconds and counting, and swing arm number 9 is now swinging back to the full retract position. The astronaut crew aboard are making their final switch checks, reading off these final positions, preparation for launch. As we approach the final minutes here, we'll go into a relatively silent period as far as reporting goes. The launch team indicates that they will have only negative reporting. If there's a problem only, will they come up on the air at this time. Now, T-minus 4 minutes, 3 seconds and counting. This is Kennedy Launch Control. This is Kennedy Launch Control. Launch Operations Manager Paul Donnelly just called the 3 astronauts and said that the Apollo 16 launch team wishes them good luck and Godspeed. They all replied thank you, and we're now have a quiet circuit as they switch over to the Astrocom circuit. We're now T-minus 3 minutes, 24 seconds and counting. We're approaching the time when the countdown goes on the terminal sequencer. The sequencer commands a variety of functions, all of which must occur in the proper sequence for the count to continue. Also here in the control center, the people will continue to monitor what are called the red line values to ensure that everything is go for launch. The instrument unit light, panel light now on the status board indicates instrument unit ready, spacecraft ready, emergency detection system ready. We've passed the 2-minute, 50-second mark, and we're now on the terminal sequencer. The terminal sequencer has started. This terminal sequencer will pressurize the fuel tanks. These fuel tanks are pressurized to ensure that as the fuels deplete, they are forced down to assure an even flow into the engines. Fuel tanks are now being pressurized. The S4B, or third stage liquid oxygen tank, has just been pressurized, and the second stage liquid oxygen tank has been pressurized. As we move down through the count at the T-minus 17-second mark, we'll get a release of the guidance system in the instrument unit. Also handled by the automatic sequencer will be the release of swing arms number 1 and number 2. The ignition of the Saturn V 5 engines, the first stage 5 engines, will take place at 8.9 seconds in the countdown, 8.9 seconds. The engines will, or the vehicle will then be held down until we build up to 7.7 million pounds of thrust. At the T-minus 3-minute mark, tape recorders on board the spacecraft were turned on. These recorders record both voice and data. Spacecraft now to full internal cooling. The cooling load has been shared with a ground cooling. T-minus 90 seconds and counting. T-minus 90 seconds and counting. At T-minus 1 minute 15 seconds, the spacecraft batteries will be turned on for launch. These batteries will give an additional power source to the spacecraft, as well as be acting as a backup for the fuel cells. The third stage liquid hydrogen tanks now pressurized. All third stage tanks pressurized. Second stage tanks also pressurized. T-minus 1 minute, T-minus 1 minute and counting. Now moving into the final minute of the count. We'll be standing by for the switch over to internal power. Switch over taking place at this time, going on internal power. T-minus 45 seconds and counting. Guidance aligned, just announced by John Young. That will be the last action taken by the crew aboard the spacecraft. T-minus 35 and counting. Countdown continuing to go well. T-minus 30. T-minus 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17. Guidance release. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9. We have ignition sequence start. The engine's now building up to 7.7 million pounds of thrust. We have a launch commit and we have a liftoff. The swing arms moving back. The Saturn V lifting off the pad, building up thrust. We've cleared the tower.
Houston is now controlling.
Oh, you have good thrust in all 5.
Roger.
Pitch and roll program started.
Roger.
16 now maneuvering to its proper flight path attitude. Mark 27 seconds. "36 seconds, roll program completed, pitch profile still in progress, 40 seconds. Mark 50 seconds, cabin pressure relieving, adjusting now from sea level to a space environment, 2 nautical miles in altitude.
Stand by for mode 1 Bravo. Roger, Mark, 1 Bravo. You're wet now, 16.
Roger.
That call up from Capcom Gordon Fullerton says Apollo 16 now capable of water landing. Mark 1 minute 12 seconds, coming up on period of maximum aerodynamic pressure on the vehicle. 1 minute 22 seconds, 6 nautical miles in altitude, looking good. Mark 1 minute 30 seconds, 8 nautical miles in altitude. Mark 1 minute 41 seconds. Pass through max Q, still looking good.
Through max Q and everything looks good.
16 now, 12.5 nautical miles in altitude. Young, Duke, Mattingly moving out to the outer traces of the Earth's atmosphere.
Stand by for mode 1 Charlie.
Roger, we're
Mark 1 Charlie.
Mark 2 minutes 3 seconds. A status check and mission control by Flight Director Gene Krantz. A go, no go for staging. Coming up on center engine shutdown.
Port shutdown.
Roger, inboard, your go for staging.
Center engine shutdown on time. 2 minutes 28 seconds, 26 nautical miles in altitude, 32 nautical miles downrange. 2 minutes 35 seconds. 2 minutes 40 seconds, coming up on staging.
Staging. Tli Ignition on the S2.
Roger.
2 minutes 53 seconds. A normal staging. Young, Duke, Mattingly now riding on 5 good second stage engines.
Go on all 5 on the S2.
3 minutes 2 seconds. The giant first stage falling away now. It's a day's work completed. Apollo 16 now 46 nautical miles in altitude, 80 nautical miles downrange. Coming up on skirt sep and tower jettison.
Wrong time.
Roger.
Tower jettison.
Roger, and we confirm your skirt sep, your mode 2 now.
Roger, mode 2.
3 minutes 28 seconds. The launch escape tower is ejected on time. Its surveillance role no longer required.
Steering has converged, CMC is go.
Roger.
Mark 3 minutes 45 seconds. Apollo 16 now 62 nautical miles in altitude, 135 nautical miles downrange. Apollo 16 now 33 feet shorter and 9,000 pounds lighter. Unencumbered now for its mission in space.
16 Houston, 4 minutes, everything looks great down here.
Roger, looks good up here too. Hey, Gordy, you ought to see that horizon, just gorgeous.
Mark 4 minutes 10 seconds. 70 nautical miles in altitude, 170 nautical miles downrange. Velocity now reading 10,600 feet per second. Mark 4 minutes 30 seconds in mission control trajectory data driving right down the middle of our plot boards as expected. Right now flight path data is go. Mark 4 minutes 45 seconds, 76 nautical miles in altitude, 220 nautical miles downrange. Mark 5 minutes 10 seconds. Still good performance on all 5 second stage engines. second stage shutdown predicted at 9 minutes, 19 seconds.
16 Houston, times are nominal. Level sense will be 8 plus 3, 7, and cut off at 9er plus 1 9er.
Roger.
Mark, 5 minutes, 40 seconds. Another status check in mission control by Flight Director Gene Krantz. His console is coming up all greens, looking good at this time.
Bye for S4B to COI capability. Mark, you have it now.
Roger.
Coming up on 6 minutes, with Capcom Gordon Fullerton reporting that 16 capable of reaching a minimum orbit with a good third stage and service module engines. We're at 6 minutes, 8 seconds. Apollo 16, 88 nautical miles in altitude, 380 nautical miles downrange. Mark, 6 minutes, 30 seconds. Velocity now reading 14,880 feet per second. Altitude 90 nautical miles for Apollo 16. Downrange distance 440 nautical miles.
Stand by for S4B to orbit. Mark, you have it now.
Roger.
6 minutes, 50 seconds.
Delta 40.
Roger, Charlie.
Young Duke Mattingly now told that they can reach orbit if given a good third stage. Mark, 7 minutes, 91 nautical miles in altitude, 496 nautical miles downrange. Mark, 7 minutes, 15 seconds, 16 flying almost parallel over the ocean now with the young crew in a pitched down position. Really moving out now for downrange distance. We show Apollo 16 551 nautical miles downrange. Velocity now reading 17,527 feet per second. Coming up on center engine shutdown.
Roger, inboard.
Center engine shut down on time. 7 minutes, 50 seconds. 92 nautical miles in altitude, 620 nautical miles downrange. Still showing stable thrust on the other four engines. They've got about a minute to go in burn time remaining.
16 at 8 minutes, looking good here.
View shift.
Mark, 8 minutes, 25 seconds.
16 Houston, we saw the PU shift. Thrust looks good, and your go for staging.
Roger.
8 minutes, 35 seconds. Apollo 16 now 93 nautical miles in altitude, 756 nautical miles downrange.
Full sense arm now.
Roger.
That terse response from Apollo 16 Commander John Young. We're at 8 minutes, 52 seconds. Apollo 16 now 807 nautical miles downrange, 92 nautical miles in altitude. Velocity now reading 21,642 feet per second.
Stand by for mode 4 capability. Mark, you have mode 4 now.
Okay, there was S2 shutdown.
Roger.
And we have S4B ignition.
Mark, 9 minutes, 30 seconds.
This is good on the S4B.
Roger.
The young crew has used up 2/3 of their Saturn stages on the way to orbit. We see good performance on the third stage, the S4B. That Mode 4 report says Apollo 16 can achieve orbit on spacecraft power only. 9 minutes, 50 seconds. Apollo 16, 93 nautical miles in altitude, 1,011 nautical miles downrange. Velocity now reading at 23,654 feet per second. Mark, 10 minutes, 18 seconds. A status check in mission control for orbit.
Apollo 16, Houston, your go for orbit. Predicted cutoff 11 plus 4 9er.
Roger, 1149.
Mark, 10 minutes 40 seconds. Predicted time of shutdown 11 minutes 49 seconds. Apollo 16 now 93 nautical miles in altitude, 1192 nautical miles downrange. Mark, 11 minutes, showing a build-up in velocity now, reading 24,621 feet per second and accelerating. Mark, 11 minutes 10 seconds. Velocity now reading 24,887 feet per second. 98% of the desired speed for insertion into orbit. Less than 20 seconds now from time of shutdown. Mark, 11 minutes 40 seconds. Apollo 16 now 1,400 nautical miles downrange.
Zico, right on.
That was shut down right on the money.
Pitch 1 is coming off.
Roger.
Mark, 12 minutes 25 seconds.
Houston, the range safety system is safe. The orbit is go.
Roger, boy, it's just beautiful up here. Looking out the window, it's just really fantastic. And the thing worked like a champ.
Sure did. Hey, we copy now 62, and your orbit by radar is 95 by 90.
Mark, 12 minutes 54 seconds. That enthusiastic report from orbit was from Spacecraft Commander John Young. Apollo 16 in what appears to be a safe orbit. Preliminary numbers show a 95 nautical miles by 90 nautical miles. The Saturn V, once again, an apparent victor in its tug-of-war struggle with the Earth's forces of gravity. We're at 13 minutes 20 seconds ground elapsed time, and Apollo 16 is in orbit.
16 Houston, the booster looks good. It's reconfigured for orbit. 16 Houston, the Z torque and angle will be plus 0.06. Over.
Roger, plus 0.06.
That's correct.
Okay, Gordy, we're on page 211 down through we're getting to installing the COAS. That MA was the transducer, ECS.
Roger, Charlie. Apollo 16, Houston. Apollo 16 through Canaries, how do you read?
Okay, you 540.
Okay, we're noticing a possible blockage in the primary coolant loop. Would you have John check the glycol reservoir bypass valve to be sure it's open?
Roger. Hey, Gordy, you want us to go ahead and put the radiators on?
Stand by. Charlie, this is Houston. Whatever you just did up there got the coolant loop flow back. We'd like to watch it for a minute before proceeding. Over.
Okay, we're step 12, page 213, configuration now with radiators of bypass. We've got the reservoir bypass open and the hot unit now hook closed. Okay, let me tell you what it was, Gordon, I think, is the outlet was accidentally open, probably from some other time, and the bypass was closed and the inlet was open. That's kind of been the indication on this.
Roger, understand.
Yeah, the cab over after now, Gordon, and it really is a spectacular
Roger, wish I was there with you.
We're just over the Canaries looking down towards Little Island. We're not sure what's up.
Apollo Control Houston, 20 minutes ground elapsed time. That again was John Young, commander of Apollo 16, praising the view over this Canary Island pass. We're at 21 minutes ground.
Houston, you can proceed with the rest of the normal ECS configuration.
Yeah, Roger. That's in work.
16 Houston, we're having kind of intermittent data down here due to a problem with Canary's antenna.
Okay, they'll put the glycol to the radiators now.
Roger.
It's Apollo Control Houston, 22 minutes ground elapsed time. We show a present orbit of 96 nautical miles by 91 nautical miles. About a minute to go until loss of signal with Canary. A quick status check being taken in Mission Control Center by Flight Director Gene Kranz with his flight control team to try and pass up a final few words with the 16 crew before we have a loss of signal. We're at 23 minutes ground elapsed time. This is Apollo Control Houston.
16 Houston, data is back now good. Everything looks fine as we come up 20 seconds to LOS. We'll see a Carnarvon at 5239.
Roger, 5239, Gordon.
Enjoy the view there.
Yeah, we're just starting to come into darkness now, and the sunset is just as beautiful as always in this space business.
Roger.
It's Apollo Control Houston at 24 minutes ground elapsed time. We've had loss of signal over Canary with the Apollo 16 spacecraft. They will be reacquired at 52 minutes 39 seconds ground elapsed time. We'll pass along at this time peak heart rates during the launch phase of flight. Peak heart rate for command module pilot Ken Mattingly during the powered phase of flight read 115. For spacecraft commander John Young, 108. And for lunar module pilot Charles Duke, 130. At 24 minutes ground elapsed time, this is Apollo Control Houston.
This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control in the Launch Control Center at Kennedy Space Center. The successful launch of Apollo 16 took place at 12:54.00569 seconds. That is 569 milliseconds past 12:54. Following the successful launch, the Vice President of the United States came into the firing room and had the following to say to the launch team.
The best I think we've ever had. And I think before I say any more, I'd like to introduce the Vice President who will talk to you. Thank you, Dr. Fletcher. Ladies and gentlemen, you make the superb commonplace. This is my 7th occasion to visit the Cape at the time of an Apollo launch. And this was one of the finest because, as Dr. Fletcher said, the visibility was so good. I have noticed one change since I've been here, and that is that there's so much coolness in the room. I think you're getting a little bit bored with this thing, aren't you? I know you're not. And I assure you that the people of this country aren't bored, and if you went out in the vicinity of the Cape and looked around today, you'd probably find the biggest crowd with more people enthusiastic about the space program than you'd ever seen before. And I want you to know that the administration's interest has not diminished, and as chairman of the Space Council, mine continues to accelerate as I look forward to 17 and to the Skylab launchings to follow. What's going to come after that will depend to a great extent on the continuation of your expertise and the great way you discharge your responsibilities. But you know that the people of this country still have that explorer spirit. They still have that tremendous sense of urgency for the United States to be the leader of the world in this kind of technological advance. So congratulations again for a superb job, and I never fail to marvel at the way you bring these things off. We're all with you, and we appreciate what you've done.
That was the Vice President of the United States speaking to the launch team in the firing room 1 at the Kennedy Space Center. Now, Dr. Davis has a few words.
Of course, you here in the firing room deserve all the credit, plus all the thousands that are supporting you wherever they are. But I think as the leader of the team here at Kennedy Space Center, Kurt Davis deserves a little bit of congratulations, and I'd like to turn the mic over to him.
Thank you. Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking for the launch team of the NASA Kennedy Space Center, and would like to thank you very much for the support you have given us by being here so many times in crucial moments. What you see as coolness here is merely external. I assure you, internally we are still quite excited of every manned launch, and we will continue to give our best to make Apollo 17 and the Skylab a success. We are also grateful that you have decided to select this center for the shuttle. And since you're almost done as a launch team, we hope that you will be one of the very first passengers when we get ready for the first flight. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
That was Dr. Kurt H. Davis, Director of the John F. Kennedy Space Center.
This is Apollo Control Houston at 51 minutes ground elapsed time. We're standing by. We have begun to acquire data over the Carnarvon Pass. We presently show Apollo 16 with an orbit of 97 nautical miles by 91 nautical miles. We'll stand by now for conversations that will transpire between Capcom Gordon Fullerton and the crew of Apollo 16. That data being received was instrument unit data. We now have acquisition of signal with a command module.
Apollo 16, Houston through Carnarvon, over.
Hello there, Houston. Read you loud and clear.
You're loud and clear also.
Okay, Gordy, we're down through on page 217, 52, and everything is copacetic on all the steps up to that point. And I'll let Ken, well, I got the numbers here. He marked on stars 23 and 30. It was 905 was all balls. Target angles were plus 040, plus 031, plus 045. And we torqued them at 3840, over.
Okay, Charlie, we got that.
Hey, that target angle is just super.
And you can even see stars.
Very good.
Man, this is really something, Gordy.
Hey, Gordon, let me tell you a little bit about the ride.
Okay, stand by one, John. We're discussing booster data here.
Okay. Pressures look good up here.
Roger. John, this is Houston. If there's nothing startling to report about the ride, we'd rather hold off. We're watching, we're evaluating a need for a possible IU nav update, and also we're seeing some pressure, overpressure in EPS module number 2. We'll give you a full story on that over Honeysuckle.
Okay, no, there's nothing really spectacular different to report on the ride. We'll hold off on that.
Okay.
It's Apollo Control Houston. The reg pressure referred to there was on one of the attitude control engines. Readings here on the ground indicate it's about 100 psi above the normal. We're at 57 minutes ground elapsed time, continuing to monitor on this pass. This is Apollo Control Houston. It's Apollo Control Houston, 1 hour ground elapsed time, continuing with the pass over Carnarvon and Honeysuckle.
Apollo 16, Houston through Honeysuckle, over.
Go ahead, Gordon.
Okay, I'll give you a little story on the APS module problem. Evidently, APS module number 2, which is one on top of the vehicle, the one that would cause you to pitch away from the Earth. The primary helium regulator there has failed to the backup, but the backup isn't regulating properly. Normally it should hold around 190 psi. This pressurizes both fuel and oxidizer. And it has gradually increased, now up around the 320 range. And there's a relief valve which will relieve helium pressure at 325 and reseat when the pressure gets down to 225. This should be a gradual loss of helium. We'll have a better hack at the States Pass as to when you could expect deplete. But should you lose control in orbit, go to the procedure on L2-10 for service module RCS control of the S4B. Over.
Roger.
16, we're just about to LOS. The pressure shows right, in fact, a little bit above the relief pressure. But we'll have to wait till the States to get a real good handle on how it's going to deplete. Over.
There, Roger.
It's Apollo Control Houston at 1 hour, 4 minutes ground elapsed time. We've just had loss of signal with Honeysuckle. The problem discussed between Capcom Gordon Fullerton and the crew of Apollo 16 was one relating to the APS, the attitude propulsion system aboard the S4B, and it deals with the regulator pressures on one of the APS number 2. The normal reading is around 190 psi. We've shown an increase in the range of 320 psi. This system relieves at 325 psi and receipts once the number backs off to 225 psi. These are helium pressures that are being read. We're now at 1 hour, 5 minutes ground elapsed time, and we will switch to Kennedy Space Center for the news conference, which will shortly be in progress. This is Apollo Control Houston at 1 hour, 29 minutes ground elapsed time. We presently show Apollo 16 in an orbit of 96 nautical miles by 94 nautical miles. When we pick up over our stateside pass, we expect to have seen a relief cycle with the regulator on the attitude control system mod number 2 before we lost data over Australia. We have been noting an increase in the pressures on APS number 2. The one other point to bear in mind is that one module can control the spacecraft during the TLI burn, since the only movement during that burn would be in roll. We're at 1 hour, 30 minutes. We're standing by now for acquisition. This is Apollo Control Houston. We have acquisition with Texas.
Houston 16, over.
Roger 16, loud and clear. Go ahead.
Okay, you're Popeye. The coastline is under us. It's beautiful, and we're standing by for some words. The spacecraft been holding attitude just perfect in pitch.
Okay, John, we'll take a look at APS module here.
Okay. Gordy, why the late acquisition?
This is Apollo Control Houston, 1 hour, 33 minutes ground elapsed time. An observation of our displays on the S4B indicates that the mod probably has not relieved at this time. We've probably lost one transducer. There is some reason to believe, and we will observe this further, that the relief valve is very possibly feathering. We'll stand by and continue to monitor. This is Apollo Control Houston. Apollo Control Houston at 1 hour, 34 minutes.
Go ahead, 16.
Okay, how you coming on the pads, Gordy?
Okay, I'm ready with the TLI plus 90 and P37 for liftoff plus 8. We're putting together a story and looking at the apps module. No immediate action is necessary, so let's get the pads out of the way.
Okay, fine. Go ahead.
Okay, TLI plus 90, SPS/GNN. The weight is 66973. Minus 054 plus 189er. Time of ignition is 00403 1855 minus 03562 plus 4 balls 1 plus 36007 181 234 002. HA is NA. HP plus 00189er. 36183 504 36020. Sextant star is 26 0734. Stand by 1. We got a handover coming up. I'll get the rest in a minute. Charlie is Houston. How do you read now?
Okay, 5-5. Gordy, go ahead.
Okay, shaft was 0734. Trunnion 151. Warsight star 037. Up 257. Right 29er. Minus 2131. Minus 16500. 109er32. 34867. And 05G time is 0230828. Sirius and Rigel 317-108-005. No ullage. Go ahead.
Okay, TLI plus 90, SPS/GNN 66973 minus 054 plus 189er 004031855 minus 03562 plus 4 balls 1 plus 36007 181-234-002. HA is NA plus 00189er 36183 504 36020 260734 151 0370257. Correction, that's up 257, right 29er, minus 2131, minus 16500, 109er32, 34867, 0230828, Sirius and Rigel 317-108-005. No ullage.
Okay, read back correct. Ready for liftoff plus 8?
Speak.
00800. Delta VT is 79er48. Minus 165. 02206. Go ahead.
Roger, P37 for liftoff plus 8, 00800, 79er48, minus 165, 02206, and ready for TLI.
Okay, read back correct, and TLI pad, time base 6, predict, 22357. Attitude 179er, 113000. Burn time is 543. 103730. 35589er. SEP attitude is 359er. 146. 319er. Extraction 301. 326. 041. R2 align 1127. 1072 5720. And yaw is 001. Go ahead.
Roger, give me Delta VC again.
Delta VC is 103730.
Okay, copy TLI 22357.
Stand by 1, Charlie.
Okay.
Hand over.
It's Apollo Control, Houston, 1 hour, 40 minutes ground elapsed time.
Okay, 22357, 179er, 113, 000, 543, 103730, 35589er, 359er, 146, 319er, 301, 326, 041, 1127, 1072, 5720, 001, over.
Readback is good.
Apollo Control, Houston, 1 hour, 41 minutes ground elapsed time.
Fast, part I saw was just super. The other guys saw Ellington as we went over.
How about that? Say, Charlie, got an update to the ordeal monitor numbers on page L2-28 and 29.
Stand by. Okay, you speak.
Okay, we got a last-minute change. Stand by on that, sorry. We'd like command module uptel accept for a new vector.
Okay, you got it.
Okay, and words on the apps module. It appears to be operating not completely normally, but adequately, that we predicted it'll be good through TLI and TDE with no change in procedure. Over.
Outstanding prediction.
Okay, and back to what we started earlier on L2-28, Charlie, opposite 56 minutes, slew FDAI number 1 to pitch equal 17, change 17 to 16. Over.
Okay, go ahead. Let's change to 16.
And next page, after the ordeal start time, change that to 57:20 rather than 57 even.
Okay, ordeal start 57:20.
That's affirmative. And then ensure FDAI number 1 pitch equal to 11 rather than 13 inside the box there.
Okay, at 57 minutes, I've changed that to 57:20 to start the ordeal, and the ensure FDAI number 1 pitch is at 11.
Okay, and then the blank under there, maneuver to R2 ignition attitude is 107 as printed in parentheses.
Okay, we copy.
That's good. And the CMC is yours. The uplink is complete.
Okay, and we're back in block.
It's Apollo Control, Houston, 1 hour, 44 minutes ground elapsed time. You heard that prediction on the apps, and you heard the crew's response. The prediction being that we could go through TLI and transposition and docking with no change in procedures. The individual responding with the outstanding was Spacecraft Commander John Young. We also received a TLI pad, and let me sort those numbers out for you rather quickly. Our time of ignition for a trans-lunar injection burn is 2 hours, 33 minutes, 34.6 seconds ground elapsed time with a burn duration of 5 minutes, 43 seconds. We predict a velocity at cutoff of 35,589 feet per second.
Stand by. Go ahead, we're watching.
Okay, Houston, stand by for the logic.
Roger.
Okay, logic 1's coming on up. Logic 2 on up, Mark.
Okay, you're go for pyro on.
Roger, thanks, sir.
And I'd like to update a procedure, the apps module fail procedure, one step in that, just in case prediction is wrong and it does fail. If you can get that page out, I'll give you a short update.
Okay, Charlie's got it.
Okay, Charlie, center of the procedure, it says VSE command burn mode on, cross that line out. and the one below it that says, if successful, launch vehicle guidance IU. And after the line that says control pitch and yaw with THC, roll with RHC, add keep rates below 0.2 degree per second pitch and yaw, 0.6 degree per second in roll to avoid fighting the other EPS module. Over.
Right, we understand.
Okay, that's it.
It's Apollo Control, Houston, 1 hour, 47 minutes, ground elapsed time in mission control. Flight Director Gene Kranz is polling his flight control team as to our status for the translunar injection burn.
16 Houston, we're about a minute and a half to LOS. No further updates, everything looks good. Canary should have their antenna fixed, and we should be good as we go through their site. Over.
16, roger.
Apollo Control, Houston, 1 hour, 49 minutes ground elapsed time. We've had loss of signal with Vanguard. We're standing by now for acquisition with the Canary Island station. This should take place in less than 1 minute. At 1 hour, 50 minutes ground elapsed time, this is Apollo Control, Houston.
16 Houston through Canary.
I'm clear, boy.
Okay, you're a little down in the mud, but I think I can understand you.
Okay. Well, Gordy, we heard you then before we even got any signals from DHF, huh?
Roger. You're clear, but weak.
Okay, how do you rate now, Gordy?
Loud and clear, Charlie.
Okay, our signal strength's up to max now.
Roger. 16 Houston.
Go ahead, over.
We'd like the H2 Tank 3 fans to auto. Over.
Roger, H2 Tank 3 fans going auto.
It's Apollo Control, Houston, 1 hour, 54 minutes ground elapsed time. We're a little over a minute away now from loss of signal with the Apollo 16 spacecraft. We'll stand by and continue to monitor. This is Apollo Control, Houston.
16 Houston, about 30 seconds to LOS. We should have you through Araya at 2:22, a couple minutes later than shown in the flight plan. Over.
Roger, understand.
It's Apollo Control, Houston, 1 hour, 55 minutes ground elapsed time. We've had loss of signal with Apollo 16 over Canary. The next ground station to acquire will be Carnarvon at approximately 2 hours, 25 minutes ground elapsed time. However, we should pick up the Apollo 16 spacecraft shortly in advance of that time with one of the Araya aircraft, which will be on station as Apollo 16 now proceeds toward the time of ignition for the translunar injection burn. Our clock in mission control presently shows that burn time some 38 minutes away. At 1 hour, 56 minutes ground elapsed time, this is Apollo Control, Houston. This is Apollo Control, Houston, at 2 hours and 19 minutes ground elapsed time. We're standing by in mission control, awaiting acquisition with the Araya aircraft, who are presently on station for this pass. It will be during this, following this acquisition and during this pass, that we will have the translunar injection burn. Prior to the burn, the booster, the S4B, will go into time base 6. This would be 9 minutes, 38 seconds prior to the TLI burn, and that will represent the automatic sequence in the booster leading to the burn itself. We presently show a TLI ignition time of 2 hours, 33 minutes, 35 seconds, with a burn duration of 5 minutes, 43 seconds, predicted velocity at cutoff, 35,589 feet per second, with a delta V of 10,389 feet per second. During the burn itself, we will be monitoring data from the instrument unit on the S4B. This would be data such as velocity, current altitude, and a predicted apogee at time of shutdown. This data will come through us through one of the Oriya aircraft. We're at 2 hours 20 minutes ground elapsed time, continuing to monitor. We show some 13 minutes away now from time of ignition, and this is Apollo Control, Houston.
We don't read anything you say, but we'll transmit in the climb.
Apollo 16, this is Houston through Oriya, over.
All right, guys, loud and clear there.
Hey, so are you, John. How's everything on board?
Everything looks good here. We're at 10 minutes and 30 seconds to the burn. All right.
Apollo Control, Houston.
For time base 6.
Roger.
Apollo Control, Houston, at 2 hours 24 minutes. Time base 6 started on time. We're less than a minute away now from time of acquisition with Carnarvon. Standing by and continuing to monitor. This is Apollo Control, Houston.
Hey, Houston, the S2 simplane was out on time.
Roger, very good.
Apollo Control, Houston, receiving data now. 2 hours 25 minutes ground elapsed time. In the Mission Control Center, Houston, displays are being changed to show the dynamics of the upcoming translunar injection burn, a little more than 8 minutes away at this time. At 2 hours 25 minutes ground elapsed time, this is Apollo Control, Houston. Apollo Control, Houston, at 2 hours 26 minutes ground elapsed time, 7 minutes away now.
Now, the apps module is looking good.
16, Roger. Everything looks normal here.
Roger.
One question on the comment on the primary loop. Does it look okay to you guys?
Stand by, Charlie. Roger, Charlie. ECOM is happy.
Fine.
Apollo Control, Houston, a little over 6 minutes away now from time of ignition. Our maneuver monitor displays and mission control show a predicted velocity at shutdown of 35,593 feet per second. A predicted altitude at time of shutdown of 167.7 nautical miles with a forecast apogee of 266,879 nautical miles. Less than 6 minutes away now from time of ignition, continuing to monitor. This is Apollo Control, Houston. In the Mission Control Center, Houston, Flight Director Gene Kranz now going around the room for a go-no-go for TLI. We'll stand by.
16 Houston, your go for TLI.
Roger, go for TLI.
Apollo Control, Houston, 3 minutes away now from time of ignition, less than a minute away now from time of Carnarvon LOS. The data will be monitored by the Oriya aircraft in the area. We're at 2 hours 31 minutes ground elapsed time. This is Apollo Control, Houston.
'16 Houston, we're about LOS Carnarvon, handing over to Oriya. We'll watch the booster for you. Spacecraft's all yours.
Thank you much.
Apollo Control, Houston, 2 minutes away now from time of ignition for the translunar injection burn. We should be monitoring data from the instrument unit on the S4B. The Oriya aircraft has acquired Apollo 16. We're at 2 hours 32 minutes ground elapsed time, proceeding now toward the time of ignition for the translunar injection burn. Booster reports the ullage engines have been turned on. We're at 2 hours 32 minutes ground elapsed time. Mark, 1 minute away from time of ignition. Booster reports all systems proceeding normally. Less than a minute away now from time of ignition, 40 minutes away now, or 40 seconds away now. Standing by at 2 hours, 33 minutes ground elapsed time. This is Apollo Control, Houston. Booster says we're go for the burn. 16 seconds away. Booster systems engineer reports ignition on the third stage. The thrust looks good, he says.
16, we're showing good thrust on the S4B.
Roger.
Monitoring data from the instrument unit shows a slow buildup in our velocity. Velocity now reading at 26,147 feet per second. Booster reports a good stable burn. Mark, 1 minute into the burn.
Good.
Roger, we're looking good here.
Instrument unit data shows velocity now reading at 26,932 feet per second.
We've seen PU shift, the thrust looks good.
Displays and mission control show our trajectory right down the middle of the plot board. Looking good. Coming up on 2 minutes. Mark, 2 minutes since time of ignition.
Houston at 2 minutes, looking good.
Roger. Right on in here.
Roger.
Two minutes, 30 seconds since time of ignition. Velocity now reading through the instrument unit 28,841 feet per second. Three minutes since time of ignition. Velocity now showing at 29,956 feet per second. Booster systems engineer reports the burn performance looks real good. Three minutes, 30 seconds since time of ignition. Velocity now reading 30,852 feet per second. Mark, 4 minutes since time of ignition. The velocity now.
Through Orion 3 now. Burn time is as predicted, 5:43. Everything looks good.
Velocity now reading 32,073 feet per second. Present altitude 119 nautical miles. Five minutes since time of ignition. The velocity now 33,864 feet per second. Present altitude 143 nautical miles. Seconds to go. Everything's still looking good. 35,132 feet per second velocity.
Roger.
Booster reports shut down on time. Guided cutoff.
Roger, looked like normal shutdown and a guided cutoff.
That's what it looked like. We are looking at -10 on the Delta VC.
Roger.
Apollo Control Houston, 2 hours, 40 minutes ground elapsed time. Booster Systems Engineer reports everything looks good at this time. We're about 4 minutes away now from acquisition of Apollo 16 by the Hawaii tracking station. Standing by, continuing to monitor. This is Apollo Control Houston.
16 Houston, if it's convenient, would you give us VI at cutoff?
Okay, Gordy, we got you a late time. Semi. Gordy, we froze the display on the, watching the, and when we got over to 62, it was already changing.
Okay, Ken, we copied that, though you faded out at the end. We'll be up on Hawaii here at 4-4. Charlie, you're just about unreadable. Copy that you're in Poo, and we're standing by for Hawaii acquisition.
Apollo Control Houston, 2 hours, 44 minutes, ground elapsed time, standing by now for acquisition with Hawaii.
Okay, pass.
16 Houston through Hawaii, over.
Houston, this is the most spectacular view you could possibly imagine.
Uh, 16 Houston through Hawaii, over.
Roger, Gordy, you're 5 by, and this is the most spectacular view I've ever seen.
Roger, Charlie, you're loud and clear.
Okay, Houston, the direct O2 is coming on. We're pumping her up now.
Roger.
Apollo Control Houston, 2 hours, 46 minutes ground elapsed time. We're now receiving radar data through Hawaii. We presently show Apollo 16 at an altitude of 766 nautical miles.
Houston, I'm going to Omni Charlie. Gordy, you got Omni Charlie, over.
Roger, Omni Charlie, Charlie.
It's Apollo Control Houston, 2 hours, 51 minutes ground elapsed time. Our countdown clock and mission control shows that time of separation is less than 13 minutes away now. Apollo Control Houston, 2 hours, 54 minutes ground elapsed time. Coming up now on that time when the booster initiates its maneuver to separation attitude. We presently show Apollo 16 at 1,974 nautical miles.
Okay, we're maneuvering to the attitude right now.
Okay. Uh, 16, we see the cabin is up to 5.7 now.
Roger. Thank you, sir.
We'd like Omni Delta, please. Omni Alpha now, please.
Say again?
Give us Omni Alpha, Charlie.
Okay, you got it.
Request Omni Bravo now, please.
7 minutes away now from time of separation. We presently show Apollo 16 at an altitude of 2,620 nautical miles. We're at 2 hours, 58 minutes ground elapsed time. Flight Director Gene Krantz is taking a check with his flight control team for a go, no-go for transposition, docking, and ejection of the lunar module.
Like Omni Charlie, please.
Roger, Army Charlie.
Apollo Control Houston at 2 hours, 59 minutes ground elapsed time. We presently show Apollo 16 at 2,800 nautical miles and velocity at 26,931 feet per second.
16 Houston, the booster is in attitude and stable. You have a go for T and D.
Roger. We'll give you a call just before we get off.
Okay.
Apollo Control Houston at 3 hours ground elapsed time. Present altitude of Apollo 16, 3,004 nautical miles. Velocity now reading at 26,408 feet per second. We're 4 minutes away now from time of proposed time of separation. This is Apollo Control Houston. Apollo Control Houston at 3 hours 2 minutes ground elapsed time. Apollo 16's present distance away from Earth now 3,388 nautical miles.
Okay, Houston, we're getting ready to arm the pyros. Are you ready?
Roger, we're ready.
Okay, pyro arm A is armed, and B is armed.
Roger. That looks good.
Apollo Control Houston at 3 hours 4 minutes ground elapsed time. Apollo 16 presently at a height of 3,703 nautical miles.
Okay, we're coming up on 5940 mark.
Roger.
3 hours 5 minutes ground elapsed time. We've had slow separate.
Stalk backs are still gray. Houston is pitching around now.
Roger, John.
Apollo Control Houston at 3 hours 6 minutes ground elapsed time. Apollo 16 presently at a distance of 4,017 nautical miles.
Okay, Houston, you got the high gain?
Roger, Charlie.
Apollo Control Houston, 3 hours 8 minutes now, ground elapsed time. We show Apollo 16 at a height of 4,435 nautical miles.
Okay, Houston, you ought to be getting some TV.
We haven't got it yet. We're working on it.
Apollo Control Houston, 3 hours 10 minutes ground elapsed time. The black and white picture is beginning to come in now. Television is now showing.
We got a picture now, Charlie, and it looks real good.
Man, it just looks like a picture book from up here, Gordo. We must have a zillion particles along with us.
Roger, we see the particles, and a great picture.
Hey, is the zoom in too much, Gordo? Let me take it out a little bit.
Apollo Control Houston, 3 hours 11 minutes ground elapsed time. Apollo 16 now 4,851 nautical miles away from the Earth.
Heading right now.
Super. Gordy, looks like Orion is hanging in there pretty well. She looks great.
Looks the same to us.
Apollo Control Houston, 3 hours, 13 minutes ground elapsed time. Apollo 16 presently 5,195 nautical miles away from the Earth. Apollo Control Houston, 3 hours, 15 minutes ground elapsed time. Apollo 16 now 5,536 nautical miles away from the Earth.
Foot out now, Houston.
Roger, looks like a real smooth join up.
Powerful. Okay, we're captured there, Houston.
Roger.
Apollo 16 reporting that they have captured the lunar module. We're at 3 hours, 16 minutes ground elapsed time. We show an altitude of 5,706 nautical miles.
Yeah. Ken's taking some time and dressing this thing up, getting these attitudes right.
Okay, John.
Apollo Control Houston, 3 hours, 19 minutes ground elapsed time. Apollo 16's present distance from Earth, 6,246 nautical miles. Velocity now reading 21,466 feet per second.
Okay, Houston, we're hard docked.
Roger, John, we saw it come in.
And there is no question when you get the ledges. Yep.
Roger, Ken.
3 hours, 22 minutes ground elapsed time. Apollo 16 at 6,845 nautical miles away.
John, this is Houston.
Go ahead, over.
We noticed the mixing valve cycling about once every 10-15 seconds. We'd like to give you a mark at which time we want you to put the glycol evap temp in valve in manual and try to catch the flow rate at appropriate setting. I'll give you kind of a countdown and a mark here.
Yeah, we've been noticing that ourselves.
Okay, flow rate's high and starting back down. John, now all of a sudden we stopped are seeing it, that it has stopped cycling. You didn't throw the switch already, did you?
That's negative. We're waiting your mark there.
Well, it just hung up, just as I said that. Stand by. We'd like you to cycle the manual back to auto and see if that starts it back down, over.
Okay, you were in manual for about 2 seconds and back to auto.
Okay. Okay, it's coming down now. Stand by to put it in manual. Ready, now.
Okay, you got it right down to now.
I was a little slow on the now, but leave it there for now and press on with the normal procedures.
Houston, before we turn the TV off, we want to give you a picture of the Earth.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Apollo Control Houston, 3 hours, 27 minutes ground elapsed time. That view of Earth from a distance of 7,500 nautical miles.
Oh, very nice picture, Charlie. We can see southwestern United States, lower California. Very nice.
Good. Ken's doing all that good work for you. It's out his window. Gordy, is that color okay for you?
Very nice, Ken. Beautiful color.
I bet it's good, but you just can't believe how beautiful it is. See the reds in the desert down there in the southern United States and northern part of Mexico. And from here you can see the Great Lakes and the state of Florida out there, and it's just absolutely something. We're going to go back to work, but thought you'd enjoy that.
Thank you for the picture. It's the next best thing to being up there.
And we might be able to get you an S4V later on. You got room to get that kind of stuff.
16 Houston, we'll extend the time on commercial TV lines here if it looks like we'll get some good shots on the S4B.
Okay, I really haven't worked out the angles to tell you exactly how the sun's going to be, but I have an idea. We'll see it pretty nicely from here.
Okay, we'll stand by for it.
Just went to auto on 02 Theater 3, Houston. We're down at that part in the post-dock and checklist.
Okay.
It's Apollo Control Houston, 3 hours 31 minutes ground elapsed time. Apollo 16 presently at a distance of 8,240 nautical miles away from Earth. Velocity now reading 19,445 feet per second.
Okay, Gordy, we're down to 2/10 on the Delta, 2.0 on the Delta P, and we're starting our leak check.
Roger.
Apollo Control Houston at 3 hours 36 minutes ground elapsed time. We presently show Apollo 16 at a distance of 8,997 nautical miles away from the Earth. Velocity now reading 18,818 feet per second. Very little conversation with the crew at this time as they're in the process of removing the tunnel hatch and going through their checklist prior to separation and ejection of the lunar module. We're at 3 hours 37 minutes, continuing to monitor. This is Apollo Control Houston.
Roger. 16 Houston, in about 30 seconds, a couple non-propulsive vents will open on the booster.
Okay, thank you.
Apollo Control Houston, 3 hours 40 minutes ground elapsed time. The booster systems engineer reports the S4B non-propulsive vent has begun. We're at 3 hours 40 minutes, continuing to monitor. This is Apollo Control Houston.
Okay, Houston, the hatch is out.
Roger.
3 hours 40 minutes ground elapsed time. This is Apollo Control Houston. Charlie Duke reports the hatch is out. We presently show Apollo 16 at a distance of 9,739 nautical miles from Earth. Velocity now reading 18,277 feet per second.
Houston, it looks like number 10 latch is indeed locked. Let me start by saying that all the latches are locked. Number 10 is over the ring, but the handle isn't all the way up flush, and we're just going to leave it alone. Thought we'd just tell you about it.
Okay, Ken.
It's Apollo Control Houston, 3 hours 46 minutes ground elapsed time. Apollo 16 presently 10,617 nautical miles away from the Earth.
Okay, Houston, the connectors are connected, and we got LEM power to CSM, and the system test is okay.
Roger.
And Gordy, the old rover's right where it's supposed to be.
That's good.
Houston 16.
Roger, go ahead.
Okay, Gordy, when we pitched around, I'd like to tell you a little bit about something we saw on the LEM. When we were coming around out about 30 or 40 feet out, we had a lot of white particles. Looked like it was coming out from around the lunar module, quite a number of them. And as we got closer, it looked like to me that the most of the particles were coming from between the ascent propellant tank over Quad 1 and this Omni antenna, and it looks like there was being jetted out from either some outgassing or something, and we assumed it's Mylar, but not convinced of that.
We copy that, Charlie.
The only reason we comment on it, it just seemed like there was an awful lot of them.
Okay.
Apollo Control Houston, 3 hours 50 minutes ground elapsed time. Making that report was Lunar Module pilot Charles Duke in his discussion with Capcom Gordon Fullerton here in Mission Control.
Okay, Houston, we're ready to proceed with the logic.
Okay, we're standing by.
There's 2 logics on.
Here, go for pyro on.
Roger, Houston. Here comes pyro A, mark. Pyro B, mark.
Okay, they look good.
Houston, we're ready to get off if you guys are ready.
Roger, you're go for ejection.
Okay. Okay, we're off, Houston.
Roger.
Apollo Control, Houston, 3 hours 59 minutes. That's Charlie Duke reporting. They're off the booster.
Okay, Houston, we're doing our maneuver, and we'll tell you as soon as we have a visual.
Okay, Ken.
Okay, Houston, a post-limb ejection checklist is complete.
Roger, and for your information, we're unable to get lines from Goldstone to Houston for live TV. However, we're going to record any TV you give us for later playback. Over.
We'll do it for you.
It's Apollo Control, Houston, 4 hours 5 minutes ground elapsed time. Our displays presently show Apollo 16 at 13,310 nautical miles away from the Earth. Velocity now reading 16,083 feet per second.
Houston, Casper is out of his bag, and we got the S4B in the window, and the TV is transmitting pictures of it now, and if you want to do your maneuver with it, we're well clear.
Okay, we copy a go for the S4B maneuver.
That's the attitude maneuver we're talking about.
He'll start the maneuver about 4:10 GET. 16, your TV downlink looks good out at the site. However, we can't see it here in Houston live.
Okay, well, we're still adjusting all those good things.
Okay.
Apollo Control, Houston, 4 hours 10 minutes ground elapsed time. That was Ken Mattingly responding to Capcom Gordon Fullerton. We now show Apollo 16 at a distance from Earth of 14,005 nautical miles with a velocity reading 15,751 feet per second. Booster Systems Engineer reports the yaw maneuver is in progress.
The maneuver, attitude maneuver is in progress now.
Right, we can see it maneuvering. I tell you, they never make movies like these.
Gotcha. I would like auto track on the high gain, please.
You got it.
Thank you.
Gordy, we lost the monitor picture, and we're going to try to power the TV set down, and we're going to check all the connections. It's got a lot of horizontal lines, and you really can't even make out the image. It started out okay, and then while John was taking a picture, the monitor picture went out. So we're going to try to take a look at it. It's got a whole bunch of horizontal lines.
Okay,
it looks like maybe multiple images.
We'll go to the site. Stand by.
Apollo Control, Houston, 4 hours 13 minutes. That was Command Module Pilot Ken Mattingly talking about the television. We now show Apollo 16 at a distance of 14,416 nautical miles. Velocity now reads 15,543 feet per second.
16 Houston, the maneuver is complete. We're standing by for your go for the evasive burn.
Okay, stand by one. Okay, Gordy, we're all set. It looks like it's almost 90 degrees to us.
Okay, on the TV problem, we had a good picture out at the site there at the first, but then we started losing signal strength, which doesn't really tell us whether anything's wrong with your monitor set or not.
Okay, well, we're going to take pictures like it's working, and you can check it out later.
Okay.
And we're all set.
Roger.
Apollo Control, Houston, 4 hours 16 minutes ground elapsed time. Booster Systems Engineer reports he will start the evasive burn of the S4B at 4 hours, 18 minutes ground elapsed time.
16 Houston, Goldstone says they're getting a good picture, and so your trouble is worth the effort there, and we'll start the evasive burn at 4:18 even.
Okay, Gordy, thank you. We got another spectacular view of the Earth down here, the polar ice cap. We can see the whole sphere, and the United States is absolutely spectacular.
How about that?
And the other side, we've got a crescent moon. In fact, you can see Lake Mead, Gordy, very clearly.
No kidding.
Apollo Control Houston, 4 hours, 17 minutes ground elapsed time. Apollo 16 now 15,039 nautical miles away from the Earth. Velocity now reading 15,272 feet per second. Apollo Control Houston, 4 hours, 18 minutes. Booster Systems Engineer indicates he has initiated the evasive burn. That's 1 minute, 20 seconds in duration.
We can see her moving away now, Gordon, and she's just slowly picking up a little speed there. The way you tell it's moving is against the particles in the background. I don't think you can see those on TV, but it looks like there's a million stars out behind the S4B as it moves off.
Roger, John. The evasive burn is complete now.
Now, Roger, and as she moves out of sight, the old Apollo 16 crew would really like to express their thanks and appreciation to the guys at the Marshall Space Flight Center that give such a phenomenal ride. Not to mention the Boeing Company on the first stage, North American on the second, MacDac on the third, IBM on the IU. It was superb all the way.
Okay, John, I'll speak for them. Thank you.
Apollo Control Houston, 4 hours, 20 minutes ground elapsed time. That was Spacecraft Commander John Young expressing his appreciation to the Saturn V team.
For his help, we know he's leaving, and we're sure glad we didn't have to use any of that training he gave us.
Okay, we'll sure do that. He's just about to walk out the door.
4 hours, 21 minutes ground elapsed time. Mike Wash has worked with the Apollo flight crews in in training these crews for the powered phase of launch, and also
up off looks like Alaska, up maybe a little bit farther north, is a pretty good swirl pattern. Looks like a pretty good storm up there.
Roger.
During the powered phase of flight, Mike Wash is always positioned right next to the capsule communicator.
16, here's a word from the auxiliary Capcom here.
Good luck, you fellas. Take it easy, and hope everything works out all right.
Kind words, Mike. Thank you.
Say again?
Thank you for all your trouble. We sure enjoyed working with you.
Well, it was sure my pleasure, John. Thank you a lot. Goodbye and good luck.
Thank you now.
Apollo Control Houston, 4 hours, 22 minutes. The voice you just heard was Mike Wash, who is being transferred to the Ames Research Center. We're at 4 hours, 23 minutes ground elapsed time. We show Apollo 16 at a distance of 15,707 nautical miles away from the Earth. Velocity now reading 14,972 feet per second.
Okay, and the S4B has drifted maybe half a mile away now, so we went ahead and turned off the tube.
Okay. John, just before you turned the TV off, was the monitor still giving you trouble?
That's affirmative.
Okay, thank you.
I guess it's about time for a little Verb 49 to the P-52 attitude. How's that suit you?
Sounds good.
Gordy, can't get over the view of that Earth. None of the pictures just do it justice. Absolutely beautiful.
We're kind of getting the idea that you're impressed.
Well, the thing about it, Gordy, is that the whole southern United States, Mexico, in Florida, in Cuba, and the Virgin Islands down that way, they're all clear clouds. It's just fantastic.
Did you take some good pictures?
That's
The way we're going, we may have to get a reload before we get to the moon.
As a matter of fact, you can see as far north as Lake Michigan and Lake Superior.
Sounds great.
And all the way down past the Yucatan and into the Central Americas.
Houston, we got the cabin back up some now, and our LMCM Delta P gauge is reading 0.6, and that's probably due to the delta on the cabin. And the O2 flow highlight is going out, so things are getting back to normal.
Okay.
And Houston, we've done a LMCM Delta P, and at time 4 hours and 30 minutes, we had a plus 0.6.
Roger.
Houston, we're going to take the waste storage valve to vent this time.
Roger, Ken.
Apollo Control Houston at 4 hours 37 minutes ground elapsed time. Our space digitals display in mission control presently using the moon as a reference, and we show that Apollo 16 is 174,639 nautical miles away from the moon. At 4 hours 37 minutes continuing to monitor, this is Apollo Control Houston.
16 Houston, don't know if you can see it or not, but we started the LOX dump on the S4B.
We lost it a little while ago, Gordy.
Roger.
Apollo Control Houston, 4 hours 40 minutes ground elapsed time. The booster systems engineer reports that the LOX dump has been completed with the S4B. We're at 4 hours 41 minutes ground elapsed time, continuing to monitor. This is Apollo Control Houston.
Houston, are you ready for us to start charging battery B?
Okay, we'll go for the battery charge on B, and we'd also like you to dial in the flight plan high gain angles, minus 47 and 98, and go to REAC.
Okay, you got the angles and you're going to REAC. Mark. Houston 16.
Go ahead.
Okay, we got bat B charging, and it says volt should be 37.5 to 39.5, and I'm looking at 33.
Okay. Charlie, we figured about 8 amp hours out of that battery, so it'll be a while yet before the voltage gets back up, and DECOM thinks that's okay.
Okay, fine. Houston, we got 3.4 on 7A. We're going to vent the battery to 0, if that's okay.
Stand by. We'd like you to hold on that a minute.
Okay, you're too late. We just vented it.
Okay, it's reading about 2/10 right now.
Roger.
Say again, 4/10.
4/10.
Apollo Control Houston, 4 hours 50 minutes ground elapsed time. The Space Digital's display still using the moon as a reference. We presently show Apollo 16 at a distance of 173,082 nautical miles away from the moon. Continuing to monitor, this is Apollo Control Houston.
Houston, got a couple of comments on the EMS for GMC whenever he has a break.
They're all ears. Go ahead.
That must look funny. Okay. We've been running null bias tests here for, since we got in orbit. Each time the checklist calls for it. The first one, we found that in our 100-second check it gained 2.5. then just before docking, it got 2.6, and I just ran another one, and I have 2.8. And I don't really know what you do with that, but I just thought I'd go ahead and tell you about that, some magnitude of what we're looking at.
And a first rough guess of how the SCS GDC system is performing. It looks like it's well within spec and pitch, yaw, and roll as far as its drift measurements go.
Okay, Ken and John, we got that. 16 Houston, whenever you're ready, we're ready to load the PTC rest mat.
Okay, you have poo and accept.
Okay. Ken, sorry about that. We didn't get coordinated here. We don't have an uplink site, so go back to block until after 5 hours, and we'll try it again then.
Alrighty. We're back in up till the block. And we're going to be kind of hanging up here for a while anyhow while we get our suits off. That turns out to be a pretty interesting operation with these new B suits.
Roger.
I'll tell you, Gordy, there were some sites out there that were really something. One of the things that most things happened like people had said they would, but there were a couple of things that had never seen or heard anyone even mention it. Maybe they've been there all along. But one of the things that was really nifty was while we were in powered flight, both in later stages of the boost and during the TLI burn, there were particles that I could see out the window that were going past us in the plus X direction. And I kept thinking that was an optical illusion, and I kept going back and looking at it again, and sure enough. And these were after we were in steady state. It wasn't around any kind of a staging event or anything that I was aware of.
How about that? Haven't heard of that one before.
Then when we scooted out here and you started your non-propulsive vent, we could see first it just looked like there was a little mist around outside when you looked at the sun, and then the sun hit it at such an angle that you started getting a spectral reflection, and it looked like a rainbow out over the limb. And then after that, you could look out my number one window, and apparently the lighting was right so that it had the appearance of light streaming off to a point source at infinity. There was a little blank spot at what looked like the origin. And then all these streaks were coming back towards you, like you were right in the center of a cone. And these things would change colors. They go to a light purple, and then they'd have a little sandy color to them. And that was another one that don't remember ever hearing before. And maybe it was just the lighting on it, but sure was pretty.
Raj, enjoying the description.
I'll tell you, you can't wait too many years to make this worth it.
Roger.
Gordy, on that boost, that S1C is a real freight train, I'll tell you, boy. Can't get over that.
Roger.
See that thing on the TV up through staging?
I didn't watch it all the way till it went out of sight. I'll have to check here.
Apollo Control, Houston.
We saw even tower jet.
Good show. John's in the middle of his suit off.
Okay.
We're at 4 hours, 58 minutes ground elapsed time. Most of that long description coming from Ken Mattingly.
Suggestion, we wrote in the flight plan to be sure and take a look at the fires out there in Africa as we went over, which is something we probably would have forgotten or never even thought about. And they are just as beautiful as everybody's ever said they could be. They're just all over the place. All these little yellowish red dots down there, and there was looked like some low overcast in parts of the area, or maybe from our altitude, maybe it was a high overcast. But it looked like looking at the lights of a city through fog, and then there were others that were clear. Just
something well worth remembering to look for.
Roger. We'll be sure to remind Ron to look for that one.
I tell you, God didn't equip us with enough eyes to see everything that there is to see in the first hour.
Roger.
Apollo Control Houston, 4 hours 59 minutes. That last remark coming from Command Module Pilot Ken Mattingly. Our space digital display still using the moon as a reference. We show Apollo 16 172,048 nautical miles away from the moon.
Gordy, it looks like this whole operation may take us longer than we had guessed. Is there any thermal constraint on getting 52 attitude and going to those other attitudes? Looks like we got
I'll check on that, Ken. We're
I
about...
just wondered if that's something we ought to keep in mind.
Okay, we're about to a handover here. I'll check on that and come back to you through Hawaii.
Okay, thank you.
16 with through Hawaii now, and you're scheduled in this attitude through 7 hours or so, at least, so no problem thermally, and you're not even due to do the P-52 for another half hour, so you're plenty ahead.
Okay, that P-52, we're going to come to a decision point here pretty soon, whether you want us to do that, and then we'll pick up the suit doffing after that, or I just go ahead and do get all the suits out of the way, and we can do the 52 on schedule, or we can do it after we get the suits off. Does it make any difference to you folks?
Let me check. If that's what you'd like to do, why don't you go ahead with finish up the suits, no problem slipping the 52 a little bit, and we'd like to accept for that uplink.
Okay, there's go and accept. Is Fredo still around there?
No, he went home about a half hour ago. 16 Houston, the computer's yours.
This is Apollo Control Houston at 5 hours 10 minutes ground elapsed time. Our displays still show the moon as our reference. We show Apollo 16 at a distance of 170,878 nautical miles away from the moon. And we've had no conversation for a while with the crew of Apollo 16. We suspect that they're in the process of doffing their spacesuits and later preparation for their eat period, which is scheduled to begin at 6 hours ground elapsed time. 5 hours 10 minutes ground elapsed time. This is Apollo Controlled Houston. It's Apollo Control Houston at 5 hours 30 minutes ground elapsed time. Our space digital display now using the Earth reference. We show Apollo 16 at 23,892 nautical miles away from the Earth. Velocity now reading 12,295 feet per second. This is Apollo Control Houston at 5 hours 44 minutes ground elapsed time. We presently show Apollo 16 at a distance of 25,488 nautical miles away from the Earth. Velocity now reading 11,945 feet per second. Very shortly in mission control, we will have a change of shift or shift changeover. The Gene Kranz team of flight controllers will be replaced by Pete Frank's team of flight controllers. We're at 5 hours 45 minutes and continuing to monitor. This is Apollo Controlled Houston. This is Apollo Controlled Houston, 5 hours 50 minutes ground elapsed time. We presently show Apollo 16 at a distance of 26,143 nautical miles away from the Earth and traveling at a velocity of 11,796 feet per second. We're continuing with our shift turnover in the Mission Control Center at the present time. Pete Frank's team of orange flight controllers coming aboard, replacing the Gene Kranz team of white flight controllers. We estimate the start time of our change of shift news conference at 6 to 6:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. The news conference will involve Flight Director Gene Kranz, Capcom astronaut Gordon Fullerton, and Booster Systems engineer Frank Van Rensselaer. This news conference will be held in the News Center Briefing Auditorium, in the News Center Briefing Auditorium instead of the large Public Affairs Auditorium. We're at 5 hours, 51 minutes ground elapsed time. This is Apollo Control, Houston.
Hello, Houston, 16, John and I are back up now.
Roger. That uplink is complete. In case you didn't hear me some time ago, the computer is yours.
Okay, we're in block.
Roger.
And it took us about an hour for me and Charlie to climb out of those suits and stow them. It's really something.
Roger. That's 16, Houston.
Go ahead, Gordon.
I'm going to hand over to Pete here. He's coming on. It was a good boost there. He's got a bunch of P-37 pad and a bunch of flight plan updates for you when you get somebody free to do some stenographic work there. Enjoyed the first 6 hours. Hope the rest of it goes as well.
Gordon, that was beautiful. Till the flight and the guys down the trenches, man, that was super.
Okay.
Okay, Houston 16 here. We're ready to copy the flight plan updates.
Roger, 16 at 11 hours in the flight plan.
Stand by. Okay, go ahead.
Roger, at 11 hours we want to delete waste stowage vent valve close. And at 12:15 we will add waste stowage vent valve close.
Okay, copy add at 12:15 waste storage vent valve closed.
Roger, and deleted at 11.
Okay, go ahead.
Roger, then we've got change to the CSM experiments EVA checklist having to do with the ultraviolet filter. UV filter apparently did not meet the specs, and we're going to have to make some changes to the exposures on several different pages in the checklist.
Yeah, we'll wait on that. We don't have that checklist out yet, Pete.
Okay, and I've got P-37 block data.
Stand by. Okay, Pete, go ahead with the P-37 block data.
Okay, liftoff plus 15. It's 01500 5493 minus 165 04640.
Roger, copy 01500 5493 minus 165 04640. Over.
Hey, Roger, that's correct, Jerry.
Is that all?
Affirmative, that's all.
Okay, how's the mid-course looking?
Stand by one, we're still looking at it. It looks pretty good right now.
This is Apollo Control. We've now completed our shift handover in Mission Control. Flight Director Pete Frank and the orange team of flight controllers. The Capcom on this shift is astronaut Donald Peterson. We have a change of shift press briefing scheduled to begin momentarily. in the MSC News Center briefing room. As is our normal practice during change of shift briefings, we will have the air-to-ground line down, and we'll be recording any conversations with the crew for playback following the press conference. The coming 8 hours or so should be a relatively quiet time for the crew. The booster engineer has pretty well taken care of all activities with the Saturn V third stage, the S4B. That vehicle is now gradually separating from the spacecraft, tumbling slowly. This is to maintain the proper thermal equilibrium and also to kind of neutralize out any changes in velocity added or subtracted by small ventings from any of the tanks, a normal procedure with the S4B. The crew is scheduled to begin an eat period, and as we passed up to Charlie Duke, we do not expect to have mid-course correction 1 based on the current tracking data. At 6 hours 19 minutes, Apollo 16 is traveling at a velocity of 11,159 feet per second, now 29,187 nautical miles from Earth. This is Apollo Control, Houston. This is Apollo Control at 6 hours 41 minutes. During the change of shift briefing, we accumulated a small amount of taped conversation, which we'll play back for you at this time, and then continue to stand by live following that tape playback.
Houston Air, now 93, so you happy?
In a minute, 16. Okay, 16, you can go ahead and talk. 16, Houston.
Go ahead.
Roger, just wanted to remind you that before you start the UV photography, we've got to change all the exposures.
Okay. Pete, 16 here. Go ahead with the update. Give me a page number for the UV, and we'll update the filter settings.
Okay, we've got a whole bunch of pages. We'll start on 216.
Okay, go ahead.
Under item 4, we want to change from 20 seconds, 2 frames, to 2 seconds, 2 frames.
Okay, keep going.
Okay, on page 217, item 4, 20 seconds, 2 frames, change to 1/15th second, 2 frames. Page
okay, 216, line 4, 20 seconds is 2 seconds, and 217, same line, is 1/15th versus 20 seconds.
That's affirmative. And on page 219, we want to change shutter under item 5. We want to change shutter 1/15th, 2 frames, to shutter 1, 2 frames.
Okay, shutter 1/15th went to shutter 1, 2 frames.
Roger. On page 221, we have changed from shutter 1/15th, 2 frames, to shutter 1, 2 frames.
Okay, that's item 2.
Affirmative, that's item 2.
Okay, that was shutter 1, vice 1/15th.
Affirmative. And on page 222, item 2, change shutter 1/15th, 2 frames, to shutter 1/2, 2 frames.
Copy. 1/2.
On page 223, item 4, 20 seconds, 2 frames, to 2 seconds, 2 frames.
Okay, copy.
On page 224, under at T-start plus 7 minutes, change 20 seconds, 2 frames, to 1/15th second, 2 frames.
Okay, say where that is again.
Okay, it's on page 224, and it's under the heading that says at T-start plus 7 minutes.
Okay, what was it? I'm sorry, I got all that, but I didn't get which one it was.
It's changed 20 seconds, 2 frames, to 1/15th second, 2 frames.
Okay, copy.
Okay, on page 236. About 1/3 of the way down the page, where it says configure lens F8 1/30th 4, we want to change that to configure lens 1/2 stop between F5.6 and F8 1/15th and 4.
Okay, that's 1/2 stop between F5.6 and F8, and the shutter to 1/15.
That's affirmative, Charlie. And on that same page, about 2/3 of the way down, under the step that says electrophoresis power on, we want to add a note to hold for instructions from Miss Finn.
Okay, I understand. Hold for instructions from Miss Finn. And that's before the power on?
Negative, that's immediately after power on, and I won't read you that instruction now. We'll wait till we get to that in the flight plan.
Okay.
16, Houston. All right, Roger, on this Verb 49, it's at 7 hours to flight plan. We want you to hold up on that so we can have a look at the attitude. Uh, 16, Houston, we had a temporary, very short loss of comm there. Did you do anything on board to return comm?
We haven't touched a thing there, Pete.
Yeah, Roger, everything seems okay now. It was very brief, but we lost it for a while.
Okay, we didn't even hear any squelch or any of that noise.
Ready?
Like you usually get when you lose comm.
Roger, understand. 16, Houston, the attitude in the flight plan for the Verb 49 is okay. You can go ahead with it.
This is Apollo Control at 7 hours, 3 minutes. The spacecraft will shortly be maneuvering to the proper attitude to take a series of ultraviolet photographs of Earth using the electric Hasselblad camera, which is mounted in the right side window of the command module. We expect that as the spacecraft maneuvers, we'll lose lock with the high-gain antenna, and the communications will probably momentarily drop out or become quite noisy until we reestablish solid lock-on. The crew by this time should have completed their what would amount to lunch. They're coming up now on the series of ultraviolet photographs of Earth. This is an experiment which gathers ultraviolet photos both of the Earth and later of the Moon for studies of planetary atmospheres. Also, prior to what will amount to their evening meal or dinner, the crew will be doing a series of mid-course navigation sightings, and also we'll be changing the lithium hydroxide canister, setting the spacecraft then up in a passive thermal control mode, a slow rotation of about 3 revolutions per hour to maintain the proper temperature equilibrium.
Okay, Houston, you have on.
And at the present time, we show Apollo 16, 33,696 nautical miles from Earth, spacecraft velocity 10,358 feet per second.
Houston, 16, over.
Go ahead, 16.
Okay, Pete, I think we figured out what all this white particles is coming off the limb. On a side of the limb that's between this Omni antenna and the ascent propulsion propellant tank, there's a surface that was gray that
that is now, for some reason, the thing is all stripped looking. It's a surface that's really almost perpendicular, parallel to the plus X of the limb. And it's all tattered and torn and shredded. Looks like shredded wheat is what it reminds me of. Over.
Roger, copy.
And that's the only surface we have that looks like that. We continually get particles shredding off from that.
Roger, copy. Charlie, we're having a little trouble figuring out which surface you're talking about. Can you give us a little better description of what you were talking about there?
Okay, we on the plus X side, on Kent's side, the surface right below the docking target that runs parallel to the plus X of the limb and right into the top of the apse propellant tank.
Okay, right below the docking target, and it runs right into the top of the apse propellant tank.
That's firm, and that axis is almost parallel to the plus X axis.
Roger.
And whatever that surface was is all shredded and, as I said, like shredded wheat, and it's continually spitting particles off.
Okay, in other words, you can see it deteriorating now.
That's firm. It's spitting particles off about 5 or 10 a second.
Roger. Okay, 16, we got it, and we're going to take a look at it now.
Okay.
And 16, we've got a correction to the GNC checklist, page 9-4, whenever you're ready to copy.
Let's catch that after the UV photos.
Roger, will do.
This is Apollo Control at 7 hours 22 minutes. At the present time, the LEM systems engineer is going through the handbook to try to pinpoint the precise location that Charlie Duke was describing on the lunar module. Charlie said that they appear to have found the surface that is giving off the particles that were reported earlier. He said they can see about 5 to 10 particles per second shredding off a surface where the coating appears to have degraded, as best we can tell from his description. He says the surface looks like shredded wheat, and it's spitting off particles. At the present time, we haven't pinpointed precisely what location he's talking about, although we expect the LEM systems engineer will come up with that location from the description shortly. And then the procedure will be to determine what, if any, effect the loss of that coating might have. Presumably the concern, if any, exists would be for thermal considerations. Most of those coatings are on there to maintain the proper temperature conditions within the vehicle.
'16, Houston.
Go ahead.
Roger, on panel 382, the primary glycol evap inlet temp valve, we want to adjust it slowly to get that temp to evap out to about 45 degrees. And you'll have to go toward the...
You want us to go into manual and set the evaporator... You want to set the temperature to 45 with a manual while we have the water boiler going, is that correct?
That's affirmative. 16, you can go ahead and set it, move it toward maximum. You'll have to go pretty slow with it.
Okay, can we stand by just a minute?
Affirmative.
Thanks. I got to open up that panel and all that stuff.
Roger. '16, Houston, can you go manual on the high gain?
Roger.
Charlie, it was in react and it was drifting around.
Okay, it's in manual now.
Roger, got it.
This is Apollo Control at 7 hours 38 minutes. We appear to have pinned down on the diagrams a little more precisely where the thermal skins that Charlie Duke described, shredded and spitting off particles, are located. Perhaps the best way to describe this would be to ask you to visualize the lunar module as if you were looking at the ascent stage of the LEM, facing the porch, the front porch, or the part of the LEM that looks like a face, and visualize the docking target, which is on an upper surface, slightly behind and to the left of the commander's position. The panels extend downward from this docking target, would involve several square feet of area, of surface area, downward to the bulbous tank that is underneath thermal skins then that protrude from the right side of the lunar module. We have very little data on the lunar module at the present time. The only data that we're monitoring is the amount of power being transferred from the command module to the lunar module, so we have very little information to go on in assessing what the effect might be. As I mentioned previously, the primary purpose of these skins, which generally consist, although they vary from place to place on the LEM, generally consist of layers of coated mylar or kapton, which are thin plastic-like materials, the sole purpose of which is to maintain the proper temperature conditions for the equipment, tanks, and so on that are underneath. Among the equipment underneath this section of the lunar module is RCS System A, oxidizer, and helium tanks. We understand there's also a water tank in that area. We are investigating or discussing the possibility that a leaking tank might have something to do with shredding the material. I think the primary concern at this time is what is causing the material to shred. Among the things that have been discussed are turning the TV on, giving the people on the ground a look. The response that Flight Director Pete Frank got to that suggestion was that it probably wouldn't do us a great deal of good, although that one is still an open possibility. And the LEM systems engineer is continuing to evaluate the situation, and will be coming back with additional recommendations. At the present time, Apollo 16 is 37,181 nautical miles from Earth. Spacecraft velocity is down now to 9,826 feet per second.
Houston, is that close enough on that evap temp? Looks like I can't hit 45. I can hit 43 or about 46 or 7.
Affirmative 16, that looks good enough.
Uh-huh.
16, Houston, on this panel that you were looking at that the particles are coming off of, that's not a hard piece of structure there. That's just a thermal protection covering a standoff that's over the top of the RCS-A system tanks. And all the RCS-A tanks are under there, and what we're concerned about is that one of those tanks may be leaking and affecting that thermal protection blanket on top.
Okay.
Okay, we're considering a possibility of taking a look at the LEM systems.
I'm not sure. The picture that we're trying to paint here is like you had painted something, and then all the paint started to peel off. It's all stripping up like an old, like you painted an old barn and had the paint come off of it. And it's all standing out. You can see it kind of released from the surface. And I don't know if that fits your picture or not.
Roger, I think that's the way we understand it. Are you still getting those particles coming off pretty fast here now?
They're not coming off as fast as they were a while back, but maybe that's our sun angle has changed to make them look quite as obvious.
Roger.
That last description came from Ken Mattingly. Ken describing the appearance of that thermal skin as looking like an old barn in need of paint, where the paint is, or whatever the coating is lifting up and kind of peeling back. And our LEM systems engineer, who has done a bit more digging into the nature of the skins at that point on the LEM, describes it as an aluminum skin, about 4 mils thick and painted. So that would go along with the crew's description of paint peeling. This, as we mentioned previously, the skins at various portions on the LEM differ. Typically they would be mylar type material, but there are also skins that are aluminum.
Hey, Don, we're ready to... Looks like we ought to be deactivating the primary evaporator. Did you want us to keep it on for a while or something?
Stand by a minute. Negative, Ken. You can go ahead and shut her down.
Oh, ready? Okay, Don. We got the evaporator secured.
Roger, copy. 16 Houston, on that panel 382 and the manual control of the mixing valve. Looks like we're going to have to play with that valve every time we change attitude, so you might just leave that panel open or close one or two of those fasteners so it'll be easy to get into.
Okay. Looks like that's going to be fun around the moon, doesn't it?
Roger. We're looking at that right now, Ken.
All right.
This is Apollo Control at 8 hours 5 minutes. Apollo 16 at the present time is maneuvering to the proper attitude for calibrating the optics system that will be used in a series of star sightings. These are taken routinely on the trans-Earth and trans-lunar legs of the flight. The information is fed into the onboard guidance system and is used to update the onboard system's knowledge of so-called state vector, the trajectory that the vehicle is currently on. This data is then compared with the ground figures. And as the spacecraft maneuvers into this attitude, we lose lock with the high gain antenna and have a momentary dropout in communications. Again, to reiterate the description that we've gotten from the crew on what appears to be paint peeling from a portion of the lunar module thermal skins. About 45 minutes ago, or at about 7 hours and 17 minutes, Charlie Duke came on the circuit to describe the location of the lunar module from which a series of white particles that had been described earlier as drifting past the command module appeared to be emanating from. He said it was on the side of the lunar module between the Omni antenna and the one of the LEM tanks, and had the appearance of skin that was torn or shredded, with particles coming off at the rate of about 5 to 10 per second. The initial reaction here in the control center was that one of the mylar or kapton skins, which are stretched over the lunar module surface for maintaining the thermal control, proper temperatures within the vehicle, had shredded, and it was these particles coming off. This is a very fragile material physically, and since the lunar module, of course, does not have to withstand aerodynamic forces, these surfaces can be very lightweight and consequently are quite fragile. The initial concern was for what had shredded the material. Later, Ken Mattingly gave us a further description, and also we coupled that with information from the LEM systems engineer here in the control center. Ken's description was that the material appeared to be paint peeling back from a hard surface. The LEM systems engineer verified that the skins at that point on the lunar module are very thin aluminum. He said they were 4 mils thick and are painted, which would indicate that the skin itself, the aluminum structure, is not damaged, but that the paint, which is also on there for thermal purposes, is apparently peeling back. At the present time, we're continuing to evaluate what effects that might have thermally on the equipment beneath the area. The panels, the thermal skins are over RCS System A, one of the two RCS systems tanks. The oxidizer tank, helium tank, and also a water tank was reported in that area. One of the things that has been discussed and is still under consideration is the possibility of having the crew enter the lunar module, power it up enough to give us a look at some of those systems and perhaps allow us to draw some further conclusions as to what might be happening. As we mentioned previously, the only measurements that we have on the lunar module at the present time are the power measurements. We're monitoring the amount of power that is being supplied from the command module to the lunar module.
Uh, 16 Houston, go to high gain. Uh, 16, go high gain. Houston, give us a high gain antenna.
This is Apollo Control at 8 hours 15 minutes. The LEM systems engineer has...
Roger, 16, you're loud and clear. Help me.
Roger, I see something coming off the lunar module now that I haven't been up here looking out the window. I just noticed it looks like it's coming out of a vent or something, and from looking at it through the window, it is beneath this sheet that's sort of threaded off, and it's right between the that spiral antenna and above the big apps tank. But this is definitely coming out in a stream right now, looks like, and not very many particles, but they're being propelled away from the lunar module at some velocity.
Okay, let's get in there and take a look at it.
Roger, I think we're going to have to get into LEM and take a look at the RCS systems gauges to tell what's going on here. You notice any color or anything more descriptive about that stream?
Well, my opinion of the color is that it's a brownish material.
Roger.
And it has some of it has long flakes to it, and but some of it's just little particles.
Roger. 16, we'd like to have a look at the LEM CM Delta P before you start pressurizing it also.
Okay, do you want us to stop the P-23 and go in there right now, over?
That's affirmative, 16.
Okay.
Do you want us to stay in this attitude, Pete? And Pete, you might be thinking about what kind of, where you want us to enter the checklist.
All right, Roger, I understand. We'll get back to you on it in a minute, Charlie.
Right, the activation checklist, I guess.
Right.
We're up to 6/10 on the LEM CM Delta P, which is what it was due to our cap pressure difference. So I don't think it's leaked any.
All right, Roger, we copied. And Charlie, we want to start on page 2-1 in the activation checklist.
Okay. Pete, how about if I go to wider dip band?
We want to, first of all, Ken, we want to roll to 91 degrees, and that'll bore sight the aft Omni toward the Earth, and also we want the waste storage vent valve closed.
Okay, now, take it a little slower here. You want to do a maneuver to a roll of 90. Is that firm?
A roll of 91.
Okay, you want the other attitudes to be the same as I have now?
That's affirmative.
That's affirmative 60.
Okay, I have 9100, and we'll use a present pitch, a present yaw, and you get the waste vent closed.
Roger, with the waste storage vent valve closed.
We've done that. Okay, we're starting our maneuver now.
This is Apollo Control at 8 hours 20 minutes, and the import of that last series of exchanges with the crew is that we are instructing them to enter the lunar module. We'll power it up sufficiently to look at some of the systems and try to determine from the data what, if anything, out of the ordinary is happening. The additional description that we got a minute or so ago was from John Young. John described the particles coming off as on further evaluation to have the appearance of some sort of a vent. He said the material appeared to have a brownish color and appeared to be propelled away from the lunar module with some force. He said it was coming out in a stream, sometimes particles and sometimes as longer streams. And the main thing that we'll be looking for when the LEM is powered up is the propellant pressures and temperatures, particularly in that area of the lunar module.
Okay, Houston, we're opening the LEM pressurization valve now.
Roger.
How's it look?
And it appears at this point that the crew is opening the LEM hatch. Total time probably would be around 15 minutes from the time they started the procedures of getting into the LEM until they're in and began turning on some of the switches so that we can look at those lunar module systems.
Ken, we're also thinking about trying to get some TV looks at that venting condition if it doesn't interfere with the activation.
Okay, I tell you what, we've stowed the camera afterwards. Wait till they get in the LEM and then I'll go down and get that thing out. I can do that while they're going in there.
Roger, understand.
Both Charlie Duke and John Young will be entering the lunar module. They're in the process of doing that right now. And at the present time, Apollo 16 is 41,141 nautical miles from Earth, traveling at a speed of 9,298 feet per second. We have asked Ken Mattingly to get out the TV camera, and we expect that once Duke and Young are in the lunar module, cleared out of the way so that he can get to the area where it's stowed, that he will get it out, and we would expect to get a TV picture, hopefully showing the area of the lunar module where the particles are coming from. And shortly after that, we should also get some data from the lunar module, which is, of course, the thing of greatest interest to the controllers here in Mission Control. And particularly, they are interested in looking at the propellant pressures and temperatures of RCS System A, which is in the vicinity of the lunar module where we're seeing the materials, the particles emanating.
16, can you zero the optics? All you have to do is hit the switch. It's within 10 degrees.
Okay, Houston, how far along in this activation would you like us to go?
Stand by a minute, Charlie.
Step 7, page 2-3. 2-3, step 7.
Go to page 2-3, step 7, Charlie.
Okay, we start on 2-1, right?
That's affirmative.
Inco flight.
This is Apollo Control at 8 hours 33 minutes, and that last transmission from Charlie Duke indicates to us that Duke and Young are in the lunar module going through the activation checklist at the present time. getting the LEM partially powered up so that we can get a look at some of the critical systems and the pertinent systems in this case in an attempt to determine what, if anything, out of the ordinary is happening. And as we mentioned previously, we do expect to get some television from the command module. Ken Mattingly advised us that he would be getting the camera unstowed and in operation as soon as possible.
Okay, Don, they're on their way into the LEM now, and Charlie's in there, John's joining them, and I'll work on getting the TV camera out.
Okay.
Okay, Houston, we're going on to LEM power right now.
Roger.
Okay, we've gone to reset and off.
Roger, 16.
That time was 8:36:34.
Roger. And Ken, when you get the camera set up, ready to operate, we'll go to medium beam width on the high gain antenna.
Okay, it's going to be a few minutes.
Roger, understand.
Okay, Houston, you should have the data now according to our checklist.
Roger.
We're down through step 7 on page 2-3.
We have the data from the lunar module now. We're looking at it, and we'll get an evaluation.
RCS, quad A and B meter, take a look at them.
Stand by 1. 16, I guess we don't need the heaters. We're looking at all the data now.
Okay, we didn't say heater, we said meter.
Roger, stand by.
I guess we can take your word for it, that's for sure.
Right. We're looking at all the data now, I think.
Okay, fine. Our system A RCS meter, which is not powered, is at 92% quantity, and B is well over 100.
Roger.
Okay, and I'm ready to give you a TV from the outside.
Roger, can't understand.
Our LEM systems engineers report from the data we've seen so far that everything looks good, looks normal, no evidence of any propellant leaks or pressurization leaks. And we're standing by now for television from the command module.
Uh, 16, based on what we're looking at, the system A pressures look okay. We don't see any problem with the tanks.
Okay, but it sure is something strange coming out of that. I never saw anything like that on LEM 4. I mean, I'm not normally a rabble rouser. It's just ain't something funny going on there. Would you like to have the TV with a wide beam outside?
Yeah, Ken, I guess we haven't got a picture yet here.
No, I was waiting for you. You said something about some high gain things you wanted to do, and I hadn't done any of those yet.
Oh, we wanted to go to medium beam width on a high gain, and we're ready for the pictures anytime.
Well, if it looks okay to you, Houston, you want us to fire this thing down now?
Stand by just a minute. We're going to take one last long look here, but everything looks okay so far.
That's great.
16 on panel 16 in the limb under the PQGS display breaker. Let's push that one in and we'll take a look at quantities.
Okay, Don, and do you have a picture now? I'm not going to zoom in until you got a good picture. Okay, that was in, and the quantities went to 100 each.
Looks like the TV's in standby, Ken.
Does that help?
Right.
And we're getting a black and white picture.
Quantities look good, 16.
That's firm. They're both 100.
Okay, 16, we're ready to back out. You pull that breaker?
Back down. We'll pull the breaker first and back down. Thank you.
Roger.
Hey, Don, can you see any picture yet?
Negative, Ken.
At the present time, we're looking at the picture in black and white, waiting for the color converter to lock up.
Okay, I'm in transmit. Got a good monitor this time. I've got FM transmitter. I got the SPN aux to TV.
Okay, Ken, I think the TV's okay. I think the problem is here. It's going to take us about another minute, I guess.
Okay, I'll stand by. I'm going to have to show you the part we're looking at.
Roger. Okay, Ken, now we're getting a picture.
Okay, can you see the docking target and do you have a grid? I've got a grid on my monitor that you should be able to correlate with. Do you have that available? If you don't, I'll just try to talk you towards the frame.
Stand by just a minute. Ken, I guess we don't have the grid right now.
Okay, right now the center of my picture is just about on the center of the docking target. Does that look like your picture? Okay, I'm going to move the camera up, and there's a flat surface which is now just about on the center of my picture, and it's pointing away from me. This is the one we can see it peeling off of.
Roger.
going to try to zoom in on it, and I'll see the best monitor picture I can get, and you may have to talk me in on some of the other.
Okay.
Houston, our activation checklist says leave the cap repress breaker closed, but we found it open. How you want to play that one?
Stand by, Manager. Okay, John, we want that one open on the way out.
Open on the way out, Raj.
That's real good, Ken. Hold it right there.
Okay, hang on. I'm stuck here. I'll get back with you.
Okay. You had a real good picture right there of where you were.
Okay.
Yeah, Ken, we're seeing the stuff coming off of there now. Ken, while we're looking at it, we're trying to get a hack on whether or not there are any jets firing across that surface that would correlate with those particles coming off.
Yes, sir, there are. My A thruster seems to bang on it quite a bit. And we put the LEM power back to CSM at 8:52, I'd say about 15 seconds ago.
Roger, copy.
Don, are you guys through with this picture, or do you need something else?
Hang on just a minute, kid. Ken, we see occasional particles come off, but we're not seeing a stream. Do you see any streaming like John was talking about earlier?
No, sir. Maybe, well, you know, we're in an entirely different sun angle now, and it's not clear to me that we don't see different things. Maybe John can take this thing and show you where it was coming from, because I didn't see it.
Roger.
Yeah, I'd be glad to, be only too happy to point it out.
Right.
Is that it? Yeah.
No, it stopped. When we maneuvered it out of the sun, it stopped peeling off.
Roger.
Okay, Pete, take that back. You can see a little of it as the particles stream off when they get out into the sun. You can see them, and they look like they have the same trajectory as the other ones, but it's very few right now.
Roger. Kind of going out the top center, slightly right center of the picture.
Yeah, that's about right, yeah.
Right.
Okay, I was off comm over there. How about bringing the old LMP up to speed?
Ken, can we roll to get this area back in the sunlight where we could have a better look at it?
Okay, Pete, we're just about ready to maneuver. We are maneuvering.
Okay, I guess we want to go back to where you came and go back to that attitude where you had good sunlight on it.
Okay, that's the P23 attitude.
Roger.
Okay, and every so often I see a particle come out from that region at some accelerated velocity, like it's leaving the spacecraft.
Roger.
Okay, Pete, for my edification, we're only pad the blanket pressures and the helium tanks looking okay on the RCS?
Affirmative, they were, Charlie.
This is Apollo Control. The picture we're getting right now is the interior of the command module. All three crewmen back in the command module now. And after the look that we got at the lunar module on the telemetry data, everything appeared to be normal. We've had a group of very interested engineers and project management people here in the control center looking at the television picture and could see very clearly the panel, which had the shredded appearance, what Charlie Duke described earlier as appearing like shredded wheat.
Lim, we didn't show any current drain when you went in there.
Yes, sir. Just like the refrigerator, it came right on when the hatch about quarter of the way open, and when I went to all, we had all of the floodlights.
Roger.
But you can see a lot better over there when you take your shades off.
Right.
And Pete, every time the one of the command module, service module RCS plus X jets fires towards that one over the hatch here, it really blows that stuff off.
Roger, copy.
Okay, Houston, as in this moment, that area is completely free of particles. It wouldn't do you any good to show you any TV of it because it's not doing anything.
Roger, copy. Okay, John, I guess that's about all the data we're going to get. We're going to have to think that over a while, so we'll go ahead and stow the TV camera and get back to the flight plan.
Yes, sir. It's certainly an unusual thing, and furthermore, it's very strange how this upper surface here is flaked off behind the docking target. Which I guess you can't see that on the TV. I couldn't see it on the monitor. Can you see it on the TV?
We got a pretty good look at the portion of it. Looks like a lot of, like Charlie said, freighted with.
Yeah, it looks like about a half an inch or an inch of grass growing out of the upper surface there.
Yeah, we got a pretty good look at that.
Okay.
I don't think we know what it means yet, but we did get a good look at it.
Roger.
Charlie might say that looks bad.
Right. Did you have a TV picture in the cockpit there?
Affirmative, real briefly there.
That's what I was afraid of.
Okay, 16, we'd like to get the waste storage vent valve open again now.
And Pete, the lunar module looks very clean. There was very few particles in it, and that's just about it. Over.
All right, Roger, I understand. And Charlie, we'd like to go in the flight plan here at 12:15 and delete closing the waste storage vent valve and move that to 13:15.
Okay, we're moving it to 13:15.
Ready?
This is Apollo Control at 9 hours, 8 minutes. Again, to recap the situation, after having the crew get in, power up the lunar module, and taking a look at the external area where the material on the skin was shredding, particles were coming out, we can find nothing obviously wrong. And it's obviously reassuring to have all of the data on the propellant tanks and the pressures and quantities looking normal. At the present time, the thing that we're looking into is the possibility of an unusually large number of jet firings at some point from the command module reaction control system thrusters that might have perhaps degraded or burned the surface or chemically caused it to peel up the way it appeared to be in the television picture. But I would say at this point that there is somewhat of a relaxed, or at least not overly tense mood in the control center, and certainly it was reassuring to see all of the data looking good when we did power up the lunar module. Apollo 16 at the present time is 44,921 nautical miles from Earth, and the spacecraft velocity continuing to drop off slowly down now to 8,851 feet per second. And Charlie Duke reported also that the lunar module looked extremely clean when they got inside, no particles floating around. There have been times in the past where the lunar module has had particles on one occasion from some docking tunnel insulation that had gotten in there. And also have been occasions where when the LEM was depressurized, glass covers on some of the instruments had broken, but apparently no problems of that nature. As Duke reported, the LEM looked very clean. At the point the crew will pick up their flight plan, they'll be about 1 hour, perhaps a little bit more behind where they would have been had this problem not cropped up. This is, however, a relatively slack period in the flight plan. We would expect them to be able to make up the time without a great deal of difficulty. They're scheduled to be taking some navigation sightings through the command module optics system. These will be used to update the onboard guidance system's knowledge of its position and trajectory. This is Apollo Control. As a point of interest, that entire exercise in the lunar module took about 1 hour. We reached a conclusion here in the control center that we were going to ask the crew to enter the LEM at about 8 hours, 13 minutes ground elapsed time. A couple of minutes after that, John Young came up with a further report of what appeared to be particles venting from the LEM, which reinforced and further confirmed the decision to go into the lunar module. The crew, Young and Duke, to our best estimate, were in the LEM by 8 hours, 30 minutes ground elapsed time, and spent about 16 minutes in the lunar module, during which time we got a good long look at all of the critical systems and could find nothing out of the ordinary. And again, to repeat Charlie Duke's description, the LEM looked extremely clean. That, I think, evaluation would apply equally as well to what we saw on the ground and what the crew saw on board.
Correction 1, and we're looking at about 12 feet per second on mid-course correction 2.
Well, that's great.
And Capcom Don Peterson has just advised the crew that mid-course correction number 1 will not be required. That opportunity for the mid-course is scheduled at 11 hours 39 minutes. And by the time we get around to the opportunity at mid-course correction number 2, the amount of velocity change it appears would be required is somewhere on the order of 12 feet per second. By dropping mid-course correction 1, of course, that will give the crew a bit of help in making up the time that was lost in going into the lunar module. And we would expect that they would have most of that time made up by the time they're ready to begin their rest period. Apollo 16 at this time is 45,817 nautical miles from Earth and traveling at a speed of 8,750 feet per second.
Don, do you anticipate any significant change in the Burp 49 maneuver angles due to our slip in time?
Negative, none at all, Ken.
This is Apollo Control at 9 hours 58 minutes. We've had virtually no conversations with the crew since they completed the exercise in checking out the lunar module some 45 minutes or so ago. And it's been relatively quiet here in the control center. We've had no further discussions of the problem or apparent lack of a problem with the lunar module. The situation, to recap, began prior to this shift's coming on, shortly after the translunar injection, with a crew report of particles apparently coming off the lunar module. And at the time, it was not known where they were coming from or what the nature of them might be. At a ground elapsed time of 7 hours and 17 minutes, Charlie Duke came on the circuit and reported that the white particles appeared to be coming from a portion of the lunar module below the docking target, and this would be on the right side of the LEM as you're facing the lunar module looking towards the front porch and what's commonly or frequently described as the face of the lunar module ascent stage. He described the surface as having an appearance of paint or coating, peeling and giving the texture of shredded wheat. The immediate reaction here in the control center was one of concern for the possible thermal effects that this might have, since the skin is on the lunar module primarily to provide thermal protection to the tanks and electrical equipment and so on underneath. And it was also a matter of concern as to what might have shredded the skin or coating. We had very little data from the lunar module at this time. The only information we had was the amount of electrical current being provided from the command module to the LEM. At about 8 hours 13 minutes, after evaluating the possibilities and determining that the skin was over an area of the lunar module which contained the reaction control system thruster tankage for RCS System A, it was decided here in the control center to recommend to the crew that they enter the lunar module, power it up, and let us take a look on the telemetry at the pertinent tanks, pressures, temperatures, and so on. It was also decided to request that Ken Mattingly unstow the television and give us a look at the exterior of the LEM. Shortly after this, at 8 hours 15 minutes, John Young gave us a further report, which perhaps increased the level of concern here in the control center a bit. Young reported that the particles did appear to represent venting. He said he could see them coming out with some force in a stream, as if they were being propelled away from the LEM. At this time, we passed up to the crew the request that they get into the lunar module and power it up partially to let us take a look via the telemetry at those systems. About 15 minutes later, at about 8 hours 30 minutes, Young and Duke were in the lunar module and reported that they had switched over to LEM power. And shortly thereafter, we got a good solid look at the telemetry data, and everything looked fine. All of the tank pressures were normal, the quantities were normal, and the temperatures were also normal. We looked at the telemetry long enough to assure the LEM systems engineers that we had no leaks and that there were no leaks in progress. And there was nothing to indicate any problem whatsoever. Charlie Duke, on coming out of the lunar module, reported that everything inside looked very clean. And at about that time, we also got a television picture from the command module camera, which Ken Mattingly was operating, and could see here in the control center a very clear picture of the few square feet of panels that were involved on the lunar module. These are aluminum skins, about 0.004 of an inch thick, and they are painted. And the description that Charlie Duke gave appeared to have been very accurate. The TV picture that we saw here in the control center indeed looked very much like shredded wheat. The surface had the paint curling up as if it had grass growing on it, or shreds of shredded wheat on the surface, scattered around on what should have been a smooth, relatively shiny surface. Seeing nothing to explain the problem, the last thought that was discussed here in the control center was the possibility that some effect from one of the reaction control system thrusters on the command module had caused the surface to degrade, possibly heat or chemical components or something of that nature, and there appeared to be no problem associated with it. There's been no further discussion since that time, and appears to be no further concern at the moment over what could have been a problem. The crew is presently involved in a series of star sightings using the optical equipment, the sextant, on the command module. Ken Mattingly is performing this exercise, taking sightings on a series of 4 stars, and then marking, pushing a button which enters the information into the command module guidance system.
Affirmative, still with you.
Okay. Hey, let me give you a couple of comments here in real time so you're writing them down. One of the things that had been mentioned was this business about reflections in the sextant when you're doing P-23s. And I've got it's a beautiful picture of the Earth horizon. The optics are just super. And we've got what looks like an inverted, sort of like a mirror image in the opposite side away from the horizon. It's really quite obvious. You can just see the bright areas.
Right, that's in the sextant.
And it's about, it's just in the sextant, and it's about, I don't know how to give you a percentage of the intensity, but it's much less intense than the thing of the Earth. That's very bright. And the star is the match between the Earth horizon as seen through the fixed line of sight and the star line of sight is just perfect. It's really nice. The only thing I can't see as well as I'd like is the crosshairs, and with the illumination turned up to full bright, they just don't stand out when the whole Earth is in the field of view. When I get them down against the Earth itself, then I can see the dark line. But when I got it out in the sky beyond the Earth horizon, I just don't see it as well as I'd like.
Roger, copy.
And as you probably noticed there, we used that little adaptive short P-23 erasable program, which is really swift. That thing just fire these things off, and I don't feel like in any way we're having to take shortcuts on the pointing accuracy. The only time it takes now is to dress up the substellar point on initial acquisition.
Roger.
And that's what we're doing now. It seems to take quite a while.
Roger.
That was Ken Mattingly.
Spacecraft on, we should remember not to put the optics in the kitchen.
Roger, understand.
That was Ken Mattingly giving a subjective evaluation of the optics and the program used in computing these mid-course navigations. Mattingly noted that there was a reflection in the CSM sextant, the optical device that he's looking through, and lining up a star, in this case over the Earth horizon. Once the star is lined up in the proper position, Mattingly pushes a button, and the computer automatically notes the time and the angle between the star and the Earth horizon, and from this computes and updates its knowledge of the spacecraft position's trajectory. Mattingly noted that there did appear to be somewhat of a reflection in the optics. He said its primary effect was that it tended to wash out the crosshairs, but that this was not particularly a problem. He said it was not as clean as he would like it, but we can verify from the results that he's getting, which we're watching here on the ground, that he is indeed having no problems. The flight activities officer who's watching the entries that are made into the computer said that the data that Mattingly is getting is better than was expected pre-flight.
That's the first mark, isn't it? I think he cycled on it. Maybe it can take a little bit longer each mark.
This is Apollo Control. Ken Mattingly is still involved in taking the mid-course sightings through the CSM sextant. On completing that activity, the flight plan becomes relatively unencumbered. We don't have very many additional scheduled activities, and we expect that the crew will be able to make up the hour that was lost in getting into the lunar module and checking out what appeared to be a possible problem resulting from noting that the one of the skins on the lunar module was peeling, and the material flaking off, and the possibility that something underneath one of the tanks or something connected with the LEM thrusters and reaction control system was possibly venting. And as we've mentioned previously, on getting into the lunar module, checking things out, everything appeared to be normal. The one thing that we did notice when we had the television on the area of the LEM, which was affected, one of the aluminum panels, several square feet in area, was that when one of the thrusters on the CSM was firing, and in particular forward firing service module thruster, that the material which had flaked off appeared to be disturbed, and this would cause it to float off or to be propelled away from the lunar module. Flight Director Pete Frank feels that the most likely effect of the thruster is in disturbing the degraded surface. He feels that it is less likely that the thruster impinging on the surface itself actually caused the problem, although at this point any hypothesis as to what caused the degradation of this thermal skin is purely speculative. We've seen nothing in the data to indicate any problem. However, the skin does appear abnormal, and we have no explanation for it at this point. The mid-course correction maneuver, which was in the flight plan, the opportunity for that mid-course correction at 11 hours 39 minutes will not be required. the spacecraft is very close to the pre-planned trajectory. The flight dynamics officer reported that a maneuver of only about 8 feet per second would be required. This is so small that it will not be performed at this opportunity, but will be allowed to continue until the second mid-course correction opportunity, at which time the amount of change in velocity that would be required would have grown to only about 12 feet per second. By deleting this mid-course correction, it reduces the amount of things that the crew has to accomplish before their rest period, which is scheduled to begin about 4.5 hours from now, and makes it appear quite likely that they will be back on the normal flight plan by that time. At 10 hours, 27 minutes, this is Apollo Control Houston. This is Apollo Control at 10 hours, 57 minutes. The flight activities officer has just reported that the crew is completing the mid-course navigation exercise using program 23. After that, they will align the spacecraft guidance platform, which is used as an attitude reference. The flight activities officer said it appears that they will be back on the normal flight plan prior to the time that they're scheduled to begin their rest period. There's been no further discussion here in the control center of the peeling thermal skin on the lunar module. The data that we saw when Charlie Duke and John Young entered the lunar module and powered it up partially pretty well removed any concern that any of the tanks were leaking or that we had any thermal problems associated with that peeling skin. The only thing that we can connect with it at the moment is that when one of the forward-firing thrusters on the CSM was activated, we could see the particles fly off the panel and move outward from the lunar module. But as Flight Director Pete Frank put it, we don't necessarily know that the thruster was the cause of the problem. The only thing we can say at the moment is that it's very perplexing as to what caused the skin or the paint on the skin to degrade, but at this time there's no undue concern about it. And again, to repeat, all of the data that we've seen, the reports from the crew, and what we could see on the television picture that was transmitted back to us indicates that we have no problem with the lunar module at the present time. Apollo 16 at this time is 53,562 nautical miles from Earth, and the velocity has now dropped below 8,000 feet per second. We're down now to 7,989 feet per second. And we'll see that velocity continue to drop off until we reach the point that spacecraft passes into the moon's sphere of influence, where the dominant effect of the moon's gravity begins to speed us up again toward the moon.
16 Houston.
Go ahead, Don.
Roger. We're going to delete that maneuver to thermal attitude that's coming up in the flight plan at about 9:30 in the flight plan. And also, when you get a chance, we want you to zero noun 26 because there's a possibility that if you hit a noun 30 with what you got in noun 26 now, that you'll get a transfer to a wrong place in the program.
Understand. 0, noun 26.
Roger.
Boy, you guys are reading our minds up there, or down there. What do you want to do? Just go right into PTC?
Negative. We're going to do the P-52 that's at down around 1040 in the flight plan.
Understand. And then go to PTC, huh?
Negative. We got some UV photos at 1220 that have to be done at 1220.
Oh, yeah.
16, you can go ahead and torque them. 16, we got a state vector update if you'll go to accept.
got food accept.
Roger. And also, if you can copy, we've got a change to the GNC checklist, page 9-4.
Okay, I'm on page 9-4 now.
Roger, under Baker, column Baker, line 4, change from 11522 to 13353. And on line 5, change 13000 to 00041.
Okay, I'm on page G9-4, column Bravo, line 04 is 13353 that replaces 11522. Line 05, 00041 replacing 13000.
That's affirmative, kid.
All right, sir.
And 16, you can have the computer.
Okay, we're back to block.
Roger.
Done. You folks ready for a little fuel cell purge?
Affirmative, we're ready.
Don, fuel cell 1 purge, O2 purge is in progress.
Roger, copy. 16, Houston, we're looking at an O2 flow of less than 1 pound per hour, and we'd like to know if you've closed the waste storage vent valve.
Negative.
Roger, understand, negative.
Houston, you want us to dump the wastewater down to about 10?
Affirmative, 16.
Okay, 10% it'll be.
Roger.
Go. Negative.
16, let's terminate the charge on battery Bravo.
Roger. Okay, we're short about 29% on our wastewater now. How's that look with what y'all have on the ground?
We're looking at about 30.5% now.
Okay. So you want us to terminate ours at 10%? Our gauge reading of 10% will be good enough.
That's affirmative, 60.
Okay. Okay, we've terminated the waste dump.
Roger.
Houston, we vented the batteries and it went to 0.4. It looks maybe 0.2 now.
Roger. Charlie, did you get a reading on that battery before you vented it? Charlie was at 0.9.
Affirmative.
Roger.
This is Apollo Control at 11 hours 59 minutes. And it's continued rather quiet here in Mission Control. We've had relatively few conversations with the crew aboard Apollo 16 in the last 45 or 50 minutes. The activities aboard the spacecraft have been primarily housekeeping sorts of things. Dumping the wastewater. These tanks gradually fill up from excess water produced by the fuel cells, and at a given level they are dumped back down to about 10% of their capacity. The crew has aligned the guidance platform used as a reference for attitude. They'll be changing out the lithium hydroxide canister, that one of the canisters that removes carbon dioxide from the spacecraft atmosphere. They also purged the fuel cells, running oxygen through the fuel cells at a high flow rate to remove any impurities. And they're scheduled to be taking another series of ultraviolet photographs of Earth Prior to beginning their rest period, they'll also set the spacecraft up in the so-called passive thermal control mode, where the entire vehicle is rotated about its longitudinal axis at the rate of about 3 revolutions per hour to maintain the proper temperature equilibrium. And they're scheduled to begin their sleep period in about 3 hours. At the present time, Apollo 16 is 58,133 nautical miles from Earth and traveling at a speed of 7,604 feet per second.
16, could you give us a reading on LIM CM Delta P?
Right, LIM CM Delta P is 2/10, which is what it was in the altitude chamber, and that apparently is 0 on our gauge.
Roger, understand.
And the pressure equalization valve is verified closed.
Roger. 16 Houston, on this UV photography, we want to be sure we go mode free. I think last time we didn't get that.
No, we did get it last time. Pete, on the last sequence, we did go free.
Say again?
I said on that first UV sequence we did go free.
Roger. Uh, 16, go Omni Delta. Uh, 16, when you finish the UV photos, we'd like you to go on and start the PTC right away if you concur with that.
Be glad to.
Raj, and in connection with that, we'll ask you to stow the high gain prior to going into PTC.
Okay, we'll stow it.
Roger.
Hey, Don, you really can get some pretty stable initial conditions.
Good deal.
Say, Houston, Casper.
Go ahead, Casper.
It looks to me like we've used a lot more RCS propellant than I would have guessed. Is that just our onboard readings, or is that a fact?
We're seeing apparently some biases in the RCS sensors also. Stand by a minute, we'll get you some readings, Ken.
Okay, thank you.
Omni Alpha 60.
Omni Alpha.
Uh, 16, prior to entering PTC, go manual and wide on the high gain in minus 52 and 270.
Okay, you got manual and wide, minus 52 and 270.
Roger, thank you. 16, Houston, we're going to have to delay going into the PTC until after we close the waste storage vent valve at 1350.
Okay, we're supposed to wait 20 minutes for the race to damp anyhow, huh?
Sounds right. Ken, on the RCS quantities, I've got some numbers for you here.
Go ahead.
Roger. The Quad A is reading 1.5 low. All the rest of them are reading high. Quad Bravo is 0.6. Charlie is 5.7. And Delta is 5.6. And our delta on the flight plan is a +5 total right now.
Okay, is that pounds or percent or degrees or what? Over.
The total of 5 pounds is pounds.
Okay. Thank you.
Roger. 16 Houston, we're starting to see a high temperature in the sub-satellite battery in the sim bay. So what we'd like to do is go ahead and close the waste storage vent valve now and get into PTC as soon as we can.
Roger, waste storage vent going close now. Yeah, Houston, how the rates look to you for going into PCC now?
Stand by one, we'll take a look. The rates look good, and you can go ahead into PTC.
Roger.
This is Apollo Control at 13 hours. Apollo 16 will shortly be going into its passive thermal control mode with the spacecraft rotating at about the rate of 3 revolutions per hour to maintain proper temperatures. And we do have from the flight dynamics officer now a preliminary estimate on the time and location that the Saturn third stage, the S4B, will impact the moon. This event is tentatively now expected to occur at 75 hours, 6 minutes, 28 seconds. And the preliminary target point, we expect that this will change somewhat as we get additional tracking on the Saturn stage, is latitude 1 degree 12 minutes north, 22 degrees 38 minutes west. This is about 7.5 degrees off of the planned target point. 30 degrees west was the nominal impact point for the S4B. But as I said, we expect that these coordinates will be updated as we get additional tracking on the vehicle. We are now essentially back on the flight plan, having made up the approximately 1 hour that was lost in going into the lunar module earlier to check the lunar module after it was noted that paint was flecking from one of the thermal control panels, one of the aluminum skins on the lunar module. And we've essentially now made up that time with the crew back on the regular flight plan.
You see here, and monitor the primary loop rad out temps and let it stabilize, and then it may be necessary to go down to panel 382 and adjust it again to try to keep that temperature at about 45 degrees Fahrenheit.
Okay.
And Ken, if we have to do that, we'd suggest you mark a place down there so that during the subsequent PTCs you can just set the thing to that mark. 16, go Omni Bravo, and we'll take over switching it for you.
You got Omni Bravo.
Roger, thank you.
Hey, Don.
Go. Go ahead, Ken.
You would really love this site. As we rotate around now, we got the Earth out the window number 1, and it's about almost, not quite down to half. And you can see India and the continent is covered with clouds. no photograph can ever describe the way it looks. It's really super.
Really sounds fantastic. Wish I were there.
Yes, sir. You would love it. It's the all of Australia, too. It's really something else.
About what size does the Earth look from where you are?
Looks like it's approximately 4,000 miles in radius.
Yeah, that's a pretty good estimate.
No, it didn't quite fill the window. Well, I'm about 3, my eyes are about 3 feet from the window, and it didn't quite fill it.
Right.
You know, a sight like that goes a long ways to make tomato soup taste good.
That's what I've heard.
Hey, Don, I hate to belabor the point, but I would appreciate it if the guys that work on the RCS budgeting and all could take a look and see if they could determine if there was any place where we were going overboard what they might have expected for that base.
Okay, we'll have them take a look. Okay, Ken, for your info, they said you were slightly ahead following limb extraction, and apparently we used a little excess during the P-23s.
Okay, that stands to reason. Not being able to see the reticle on there is a real nuisance. You can do it, and I guess there's also a certain amount of getting used to the knack of flying that thing around. For some reason, it seems a little bit different to find the attitude than it was in the simulator. But the biggest nuisance was the inability to see the reticle. But if that's where we used our extra, that's fine.
Okay. And 16, I got P-37 block data for about 4 different times for you when you're ready to copy.
Okay, we'll get it in a few minutes.
Right. 16 Houston, we're standing by on this P-37 block data pad anytime you're ready.
This is Apollo Control at 14 hours, and we're in the process of a shift handover here in Mission Control. Flight Director Jerry Griffin and his team of flight controllers coming on now to relieve the Pete Frank team. And we do expect to have a change of shift press briefing. That will begin in about 15 minutes and will be held in the MSC News Center briefing room. Apollo 16 at the present time is 66,450 nautical miles from Earth, and the spacecraft velocity is 6,990 feet per second.
Hello, Don. You still there?
Hello, 16, Houston.
It's a new face.
Roger, we just changed over down there. How things going?
Oh, this is really a ball, Henry. Hey, much as I hate to say it, this PTC doesn't look so red hot to us. Can you give us any clues of whether it's going to hack it or not?
Okay, stand by. 16 Houston, we don't see anything down here that's causing it to diverge, but it does look marginal. We're going to keep an eye on it.
Okay.
Houston, Apollo 16, over.
Apollo 16, Houston, go ahead. Apollo 16, Houston, go ahead.
Houston, Apollo 16, over.
Apollo 16, Houston, go ahead.
Roger, we just cycled a H2 fans as per the pre-sleep checklist, and fan number 3 was still in auto. Do you want to leave it in auto tonight, over?
That is affirmative. Leave it in auto.
Okay.
Apollo 16, Houston, the block data, P37 block data for the updates book whenever you're ready.
Oh, yeah. Wait one. Okay, Hank, go ahead.
Okay, that's four blocks. I'll just read them in succession. 02500 4907 minus 165 07045 03500 7454 minus 165 07013 04500 5857 minus 165 09431 05500 4879 minus 165 11841, and these all assume no mid-course 2.
Roger. 02500 4907 minus 165 07045 03500 7454 minus 165 07013 04500 5857 minus 165 09431 05500 4879 minus 165 11845.
Roger, that last number was 11841.
Okay, 11841.
Apollo 16, Houston. We want to still keep working on this SPS gauging problem. We'd like to get a readout, if we could, on your SPS fuel and oxidizer pressures.
Okay, stand by. Okay, the fuel pressure is reading right now 168. The oxidizer pressure is in the green, and it's reading 186 or 87.
Roger, understand 168 and 186.
That's affirmed, and we were told this morning before launch that that was novel.
Roger.
Because of a bias in the gauge. So we're probably going to need some kind of another delta T figure to go on our LOI card, or in our mid-course card.
That's affirmative, and it's in work.
Yes, sir. And Hank, I show we have just at 15% wastewater, but we're going to go ahead and chlorinate unless you think the ecoms don't want that.
Stand by, Ken. 16, Houston. We're not sure we understand your question here. If you're asking if it's okay to chlorinate the potable, that's good.
Okay, just wanted to make sure if you ever need a water boiler, people don't like to put the chlorine in there, so I just thought I'd check with you before I did it.
Okay, I copy now.
They say still press ahead, Ken.
Hey, Houston, we're running the cap pressure up to 5.7 as per the pre-sleep checklist.
Roger, copy. Uh, 16, Houston, when you changed the lithium hydroxide canister, we noted a small drop in the suit compressor delta P down here. Did you change any of the configuration in the suit loop at the time you did that?
Well, Henry, sometime back there during the day, I opened up the flow on my hoses that had been turned off and played around to try and get some better ventilation in here. But I don't remember whether that was about the same time or not.
Okay, we're not concerned. We're just trying to answer the question. That's probably what it was.
This is Apollo Control. Change of shift press briefing momentarily to begin in the small briefing room in the news center. Any air-to-ground conversation from Apollo 16 will be recorded for playback at the conclusion of the press conference. At 14 hours, 32 minutes, ground elapsed time, this is Apollo Control.
Just like that. So that's for you, Gordy. Okay, I guess we've got everybody in from outside, or if not, they'll be in shortly. Things started off pretty quiet this evening, and then got a bit hectic for a while and ended up on the quiet side again. I'll let Pete Frank, the flight director for this shift, describe it in a little more detail. We also have Don Putty, another of the flight directors for Apollo 16, who was assistant.
This is Apollo Control. During the just completed press conference, some minute and a half of tape from the air ground from Apollo 16 was accumulated. We'll play back that tape at this time and rejoin any subsequent conversation prior to the time the crew goes into their 8-hour rest period. At 14 hours 43 minutes, playing back tape and going live, this is Apollo Control.
Thank you, folks. Ready for a Verb 74?
Stand by. Okay, we're ready, Ken.
Zap.
Apollo 16, Houston, we're showing your cabin pressure up around 5.9. Recheck your O2 flow.
Right, it's off. Houston 16, over.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Roger, we're going to turn the voice off for the pre-sleep checklist, okay?
Would you stand by just a minute, 16? 16, Houston, do you have your O2 heaters configured?
It's firm. 1 and 2 is off, 3 is in auto, and the H2 heaters are both in auto.
Roger. Apollo 16, Houston, this is Ken. Do you have anything to report on your film status?
That's in work, Henry.
Okay.
Okay, Henry, on 16 millimeter magazine alpha, we have approximately 20% remaining.
Copy.
Time Magazine November, that's a 70 millimeter. We're up to frame 33.
Okay.
And on Oscar, it's frame 18.
Roger, 18.
What'd you think about PTC?
Roger, the first part of your transmission was blocked out. We had an antenna switch. However, on the PTC, since he thinks it'll go throughout the sleep period, and then we'll reinitialize after you wake up, but he doesn't think it'll go the full 16 hours, but it's good for the sleep period.
Okay. And the first thing I said was we'll go without the tone booster. We'll go with normal comm tonight.
Okay.
That's for the caution of warning part.
And Ken, did you use anything out of MAG Juliet?
That's negative.
Roger.
Okay, Henry, are there any onboard readouts that you folks would like to have?
Negative, Ken. I think we're all in good shape here. Everything looks good at this point. You got anything else for us?
No, I'm just looking ahead. I've got 5.5 minutes to go to sleep.
Right, why don't you take that? Y'all did a real good day's work. Only two things left to do is those two comm switches, the squelch and the normal mode voice. Get a good night's sleep. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, sir. This doesn't come in the work category.
And the communications officer here in Mission Control has reported that the crew has indeed turned off the voice switch aboard the spacecraft and are settling in for a night's sleep. The spacecraft analysis status report dated at 14 hours ground elapsed time, less than an hour ago. Most of the entries state no change or performance is normal. For example, in propellant usage on the CSM reaction control system propellants, they are now 349 pounds over the predicted budget for this time in the flight. Fuel cells are working normally. All the cryogenic tankage are in normal condition. The S-band high gain antenna was stowed at 12 hours 48 minutes prior to the time they set up the rotisserie or passive thermal control barbecue mode, in which they spin at about 3 revolutions per hour to stabilize the thermal response of the spacecraft. All other quantities of hydrogen, oxygen are well within predicted limits. Batteries are all up, operating normally with the required amp hours loaded. About a half hour ago, there was a brief discussion of a slight change or drop noted in the suit compressor delta P or differential pressure when they changed a lithium hydroxide canister. These lithium hydroxide canisters scrub the carbon dioxide from the cabin atmosphere. There was no concern voiced, however, by the flight control team, and it was merely a matter of curiosity. Apollo 16 now 70,213 nautical miles out from Earth. Velocity 6,744 feet per second. Crew is signed off for the night, and unless some reason arises to talk either back to mission control or for the flight control team to contact the crew, we shouldn't hear from them for the next 8 hours. At 14 hours 58 minutes ground elapsed time, this is Apollo Control. This is Apollo Control, 16 hours and 1 minute ground elapsed time. Crew of Apollo 16 having some 6 hours 58 minutes remaining in their program sleep period. About 20 minutes ago, the flight surgeon reported that from his biomedical telemetry that none of the crew was asleep at that time, and that apparently Mattingly, because of a somewhat higher heart rate, was probably doing some exercising. For those persons who are interested in numbers and statistics, the halfway point in distance for Apollo 16, that is from surface to surface, Earth-Moon, this will take place at ground elapsed time of 25 hours 20 minutes, when the distance to both bodies, Earth and the Moon, will be 104,676 miles. The halfway point in time between liftoff and lunar orbit insertion will be at 37 hours 14 minutes and 18 seconds, at which time the spacecraft will be 135,502 miles from Earth and 78,778 miles from Moon. The so-called sphere crossing, where the spacecraft leaves the Earth's influence and enters into the Moon's gravitational influence. This is an arbitrary point in space, actually, where the displays here in the control center become Moon referenced. Will take place at 59 hours 13 minutes 26 seconds. And the distance from the Earth will be 178,646 miles. From the Moon, 33,820. Mid-course correction burn number 1 was not done, and the present predicted change of velocity for mid-course 2, should the option be exercised for a maneuver at this time, would be 12.7 feet per second. A 2-second burn with the SPS. This would be at 30 hours 39 minutes. However, no decision on mid-course 2 has been made, and probably won't be for many hours to come. Apollo 16 presently is 74,420 nautical miles out from Earth, continuing to decelerate. Velocity now 6,487 feet per second. And at 16 hours 4 minutes ground elapsed time, this is Apollo Control. This is Apollo Control at 17 hours 1 minute ground elapsed time. Slightly under 6 hours remaining now in the Apollo 16 crew rest period. Spacecraft is now 77,898 nautical miles out from Earth. Velocity now 6,288 feet per second. In a continuing refinement of the predicted S4B impact statistics, we have yet another set of numbers. The latest predicted impact for the S4B stage on the lunar surface is at 0.93 north latitude by 22.35 west longitude at a ground elapsed time of 75 hours, 6 minutes, 22 seconds. These figures likely will be updated as more tracking is obtained and processed on the S4B. Apollo 16 continuing the passive thermal control mode, PTC, barbecue roll. No further communications from the crew of Apollo 16 since they signed off some time ago. And at 17 hours, 3 minutes ground elapsed time, this is Apollo control. This is Apollo control, 19 hours and 1 minute ground elapsed time into the mission of Apollo 16. Apollo 16 presently 84,895 nautical miles out from Earth. Velocity 5,920 feet per second, continuing to decelerate. While it may be a little premature, the Spaceflight Meteorology Group here in Mission Control is already forecasting that the splashdown weather conditions some 12 days away are going to be good. Possibly a few rain showers in the area near Christmas Island. Some 4 hours remaining in the crew's sleep period. Spacecraft still in the passive thermal control mode. Will be in that barbecue roll for a total of about 16 hours. At 19 hours, 2 minutes ground elapsed time, this is Apollo control. This is Apollo control, 20 hours and 1 minute ground elapsed time in the mission of Apollo 16. Some 3 hours remaining in the scheduled sleep period for the crew. Spacecraft now some 88,262 nautical miles distant from Earth. Velocity now 5,755 feet per second. The numbers for the predicted S4B impact continue to vary as the tracking is further refined. The latest numbers from the Flight Dynamics Officer gives an estimate of impact at 2 degrees 16 minutes north latitude by 23 degrees 11 minutes west longitude, with an impact time of 75 hours 7 minutes and 4 seconds ground elapsed time. And this will likely change several more times before the actual impact. At 20 hours 2 minutes ground elapsed time, this is Apollo control. This is Apollo control,
21 hours, 1 minute ground elapsed time into the mission of Apollo 16. The Apollo 16 spacecraft is now 91,524 nautical miles out from Earth. Velocity now 5,602 feet per second. Apollo 16 crew at this time apparently all sleeping rather well. They signed off just before 3 a.m. Central Standard Time for the scheduled 8-hour sleep period. According to flight surgeon Dr. Sam Poole, Young and Mattingly were awake for perhaps an hour past the sign-off time, and Duke still an hour beyond that. Only 2 of the crewmen are hooked up to the biomedical telemetry, but as Dr. Poole mentioned, they apparently all 3 are asleep, but it's not too easy to determine the quality of sleep from the telemetry that he sees on the flight surgeon's console. The best description of the quality of the sleep is from the crew men themselves after they wake up. And at 21 hours, 2 minutes ground elapsed time, this is Apollo Control. This is Apollo Control, 22 hours, 1 minute ground elapsed time in the flight of Apollo 16. Here in Mission Control, the flight control team of Gene Krantz is being briefed for the next 8-hour shift as Jerry Griffin's Gold team plans to, or makes preparations for retiring until tomorrow morning. There will not be a change of shift press briefing with the Gold Team flight director, in as much as the entire shift, with the exception of about the first 30 minutes, has consisted of the crew being asleep. Distance at this time, Apollo 16 is 94,738 nautical miles out from Earth, approaching the moon at 5,458 feet per second. Total spacecraft weight, 103,078 pounds. At 22 hours, 2 minutes ground elapsed time, this is Apollo Control.